I'm delighted to see you at our workshop, the 7th workshop for young scientists in computer science and software engineering. It just so happened that this year we are holding this event between two holidays, Christmas and New Year. So first of all, I want to congratulate you to those holidays. And I sincerely hope that our workshop will also become a kind of festive event, a celebration of our communication together. And we have plenty to discuss. This year we received a lot of interesting papers for the workshop. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we have one-day workshop. We had to reject a significant number of submissions. However, despite the rigorous selection, we have 27 presentations today. It is a lot, but it is pleasant. It is also pleasant to see the expanded geography of workshop participants. Today we have presentation from our colleagues from Vietnam, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, Algeria, and the United States. We thank all international participants. As we see this not only as recognition of our workshop quality, but also as support for Ukraine. Support for our young scientists who continue to work despite numerous shelling, missile attacks, and other dangers brought by Russian aggression. It is crucial that despite the full-scale war, the country does not lose its scientific and educational potential. That is develops and strengthens humanitarian international relations. Then I hope that with the advent of peace, we will be able to invite all participants to visit our country and not only to attend the workshop in person, but also to personally experience the charm and beauty of Ukraine. But for now, we continue to work in a remote format. Before we begin, I would like to invite to say a few words of welcome the organizer of the workshop, Professor Serhii Semerikov. Some words.
Some words. Let's have quite good talks and excellent discussion today. And let's start.
Oh, okay. Let's start. We have a lot of presentation today, so I agree everyone to stick to the schedule. 7 or 10 minutes for the presentation and 5-7 minutes for discussion, please. I want to invite first presentation. Well done. Please, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Iste, and I'm from Vietnam, and I'm a lecturer at PTIT University. Today, I'm very pleased to talk about an interesting topic about speed enhancement, Bayesian estimator-based microphonorized speed enhancement in adverse environment. And as we know that nowadays, the perceptual metric listener, the speed quality or speed intelligibility are affected by numerous types of noise, as shown in figure 1. And speed enhancement at the extracting the desired talker while suppressing all background noise, surrounding noise, and interference from the other direction. Therefore, the single channel algorithm is often based on the spectral subtraction method, which has the simplicity of performing. However, this approach leads to speed distortion in many complex environment in non-coherent noise. Therefore, microphone array beamforming has received more considerable attention due to its superiority of effectiveness of preserving the original speed component while suppressing interference noise. And microphone array use the priori information about geometry of microphone array, the characteristic of capture situation to achieve a better noise reduction and speed enhancement at the same time. And as we know that the microphone array has been installed in almost speed acoustic device or speed application such as Google Assistant in a acoustic device, in a teleconference system, in mobile phone, in a controlled voice device. In figure 2 and figure 3 describes the designed beam pattern towards the sound location and the principal working of microphone array for speed enhancement. As we can see that from figure 3, the captured microphone array signal is processed by microphone array beamforming to extract the desired talker and suppressing background noise to obtain the original speed component. And in this paper, the author used generalized side lobe canceller ZSK beamformer. As we can see from figure from equation 1-2, the representation of observed microphone signal in the short-term Fourier transform can be expressed as the equation 1 and 2. And the upper branch, the upper branch signal and the lower branch signal can be calculated as figure 3 and 4, and the determined Wiener filter coefficient can be calculated at as equation 7, and the alternate signal by applying the SK beamformer is given by equation 8. Because of the undetermined recording condition as well as the complex and annoying environment, the displacement of microphone array configuration, the error of sampling rate, the inaccurate estimation of preferred steering vector, the difference of microphone array quality, the overall ZSK beamformer performance in adverse noisy situation often degraded. There's still existing speed distortion, unacceptable noise level, or musical noise, which decrease the speed quality for perceptual metric listener. Consequently, in the next section, the author proposed use the observed phase difference of microphone array to form an appropriate gain function to preserve the clean speed data from other ZSK beamformer output. And the Bayesian estimator, as we can see from equation 9 and 10, in the broadening recording situation, the observed noisy microphone array can be represented as figure 9 at the current frequency frame, and the speed spectral component S omega k can be expressed by applying the Bayesian rule from reference 7, which utilize minimum mean square error for spectral amplify. The posterior probability density function PDF is given by figure in equation 9 in equation 10, and we can we can calculate. We can calculate the P is denotes the captured microphone array signal condition PDF, and PR express the STSR prior distribution. And the display equation of MMSE data estimator is given by equation 14 and 15, and which introduces MMSE estimator, the also proposes gain function for enhancing the SKB from a performance as the gain function illustrated in equation 16, and the enhances the SKB from output is given by in equation 17. And in the an experimenter, they also used as we can see, they also illustrate the experiment in the living room with a speaker and surrounding noise, and the waveform of the original captured signal on microphone described in figure 6, and the output signal by the conventional SKB from CO's GSBA illustrated in figure 7, and the also proposes method. The result of the auto suggested technique is described in figure 8, and figure 9 compares the energy between the original microphone array signal and the processed signal by the conventional SKB former and the auto proposes method. And the author used an objective measurement for compute signal to noise ratio, and as we can see that the speed quality was increased from 12.5 to 27.8, or from 13.9 to 21.8 dB. And thanks for the attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Dear colleagues, please your questions.
I write a question in the chat.
Thanks for.
Well,
I have seen your question.
Yes, my question is a chat. Your research utilized a microphone error with 8 microphones to test your method. What challenges do you encounter in scaling this approach to different microphone error configuration? As is a first question. And the second question, how might your method be adapted for arrays with varying numbers of microphones?
Thanks for the interesting question, and I can answer the question. For example, I used 8 microphones for calculating the phase difference between the pair of microphone, between microphone 1 and 2, between 2 and 3, between 3 and 4, between 4 and 5. For example, 8 and 7 and 8. This the phase difference between the pairs of microphones can allow computing the gain function. And another question: how might be the method be adapted for array with varying number of microphones? For example, for any arbitrary for any geometry of microphones with the different number of microphones, we need to compute the phase difference between pairs microphone for calculating the gain function. And thanks for
Thank you. Any other questions? Dear colleagues, you can ask your questions in chat or in voice. Andrii Mozghalov, have you your own questions?
No, I haven't question. We
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for presentation, and we invite next speaker. Please, we have video recording of presentation, and can
you will try to reproduce it. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you,
And
Andrii Mozghalov. So
the
next presentation.
No. Sorry.
Now
it's my mistake. We cannot video recording
for this presentation, and we have no any of the stock authors. A social app empowering independence and inclusive for the visually impaired community. So we were waiting for the authors. The author collective is from Sri Lanka, so due to time and other restrictions, can be connected later. According to our plan, the next presentation should be all. I see 3 talks from one author, Venkata Sai Chandradeep Teraprolu from Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research. Andrii Mozghalov, have you seen the author in the chat now?
No, I cannot see.
We can see. We'll be waiting, but I need to
join later.
Later. Try to skip, and now the next presentation from Grand Asian University Silkot and University of Chennai. Dr. Serhii Latif and Sadia Karim. Robust analysis of hyperthyroidism detection using ensemble modeling techniques. Have we any presentations?
I'm sorry, but I don't see anybody.
No presenter. I see among the participants Dr. Yusuf Etalach from University of Science and Technology of Oran Mohammed Buda with his talk a modified 3D to D CNS for bus manual identification. Hyperspectral analysis on Jebel Mani, northwestern Algeria. We are happy to see this presentation in our Kryvyi National University. So it's a former Kryvyi mineral and mining university, mining institute, etc.
Or mining
moreover, at the Department of Software Engineering and Modeling, the foundation of this department is Dr. Albert Azaryan, is well known in our country, researchers in automation of in mining industry. So,
well, Mr. Yusuf received video recording presentation. Please tell me how you perhaps that we
First of all, we start a
person,
video presentation.
or we start video. I think we can start video.
So, we start video presentation.
One moment, please. Oh. We can not hear sound, any sound. Maybe I run video
And share sound properly.
Well, so. Well.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm so sorry because the video don't make the sound. I have problem with the audio. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today I will present our work entitled Modified 3D 2D CNN for Robust Mineral Identification, Hyperspectral Analysis in Jebel Menni, Northwestern Algeria. We hope this presentation provides insights into how we leverage advanced methods to address the challenge of mineral mapping. The outline of our presentation starts with a simple introduction and a few limitations linked to mineral identification. We then present the study area and the choice of hyperspectral sensor used. We will then explain the proposed method and the hybrid model. We will also present the results obtained and evaluate the effectiveness of our model. Finally, we will end our presentation with a simple conclusion and our future work. Mineral identification in remote sensing or in remote and complex terrains has always been challenging due to the limitations of traditional field methods. However, hyperspectral imaging with its unique spectral signatures is revolutionizing this field by reducing reliance on physical sampling. We also incorporated deep learning techniques, particularly hybrid 3D 2D convolutional neural networks, and to analyze hyperspectral data effectively. In this study, we applied an optimized model to classify 3 types of clay minerals, such as iolite, kaolinite, and montmorillonite. In the Jbel-Mani region, this approach allows us to better understand these minerals spatially and spectrally for these two features. In this study, we focus our study on the area of Jbel-Mani, spanning approximately 125 square kilometers with an elevation of 100 to 200 meters and a semi-arid climate. It consists mainly of claystone formations. Jbel-Mani, a hill in the Atlas Mountains, reached 313 meters, featuring bentonite mines and quarries of economic and geological importance. Geological and satellite maps illustrate the areas of other areas, formations, and key landmarks, including our region. The study uses hyperspectral data from the Hyperion sensor on NASA EO1 satellite launched in November 2000. The satellite operates in a sun-synchronous orbit at an altitude of 705 kilometers, ensuring consistent data acquisition over time. Hyperion includes two spectrometers, the visible near-infrared and the shortwave infrared. The sensors has 242 spectral bands with a 10 nanometer spectral resolution and a 30 meter spatial resolution. According to the flow chart in this slide, our methodology begin with a few pre-processing steps, such as the band removal to eliminate these 13 noisy bands that affect the mineral classification process. The radiometric calibration and atmospheric correction, essentially to convert our hyperspectral image into reflectance from digital to radiance and from radiance to reflectance. The next step is the dimensionality reduction and segmentation process to extract the reference image. Next, we apply data modeling to implement our hybrid architecture to evaluate our classification methodology in this final stage. So the first table illustrates our summarizes the bands suppressed during the band removal process to eliminate some electronic noise and certain absorption effects, such as the water vapor, ozone, carbon dioxide, and spectrometer edge effects. The radiometric calibration converts raw pixel values into luminance, as we see here in the first equation, which L represent the luminance at the specific wavelengths. The gain amplifies the signal during ADC, and the offset corrects the systematic sensor bias. The atmospheric correction removes atmospheric effects using the QAC module, which derives parameters directly from image spectra. The QAC provides a reflectance spectra with 10% accuracy relative to the ground truth. Dimensionality reduction in this step, we reduce the number of spectral bands to 13 to simplify the analysis, focusing only on the most informative ones using the principal component analysis, the PCA method. The segmentation was performed using the spectral information divergence (SID) algorithm, using the EMV software, which produced a distinct mineral map with separate classes for iolite, kaolinite, and montmorillonite. And here some information about the results of data segmentation. Here, as illustrated in this figure, the first part shows the spectral signature of selected minerals, focusing on absorption zones, only the absorption zones. The second part shows our hyperspectral image pre-processed after pre-processing, and then the third part shows our segmented image used as ground truth. The second table illustrates the architecture of our model, which uses or contains four 3D convolution layers, and then the reshape, batch normalization, and three 2D convolution layers. Our Hybrid 3D 2D CNN model is designed to combine the strengths of spatial and spectral convolutions. We used a multiple layer to extract essential features and optimize classification performance. From the results, we see here the learning curves illustrated in this slide show that our model achieved a maximum accuracy of 99.92% and a minimum loss of 0.0415. This results underline the effectiveness of our approach in accurately classifying minerals. The table on the left presents our model performance measures showing an overall accuracy of 94.26% and an average accuracy of 93.93% and the kappa coefficient with the value of 94.01%. The figure on the right shows our model's confusion matrix. Here we see the performance or the comparison of our model with state of the art. We see here that the table on the left, we see overall the table below compares the results of our model with state of the art. We see that our 3D 2D CNN model outperforms the spectral angle mapper, the 2D CNN and 3D CNN in mineral classification. The integration of 3D 2D convolutions provides a balanced trade-off between spatial and spectral features. The proposed model demonstrates exceptional robustness and reliability for mineral classification in hyperspectral imaging. In conclusion, the study introduced a 3D 2D CNN model for mineral classification utilizing hyperspectral imaging data. The proposed method outperformed the state-of-the-art techniques, achieving an overall accuracy of 94.26% and demonstrating robust classification for iolite, kaolinite, and montmorillonite. The results highlight the effectiveness of combining spatial and spectral features extraction for precise mineral identification in geologically diverse terrains. In perspective, in the future, we intend to explore advanced CNN architecture such as attention mechanism or transformer-based models. We expand to study more complex terrains with a larger variety of mineral classes, investigate in the integration of multi-source data such as geological map and topographic information to improve the classification robustness. Develop also real-time processing techniques for in-field application of hyperspectral imaging in mineral exploration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Please, colleagues, your questions, please.
I will start with questions. During your presentation, I tried to write them in the chat, but I very impressive that you got a very good classification results, even overperforming the current state of art. With quite not so high resolution images from EO1, as for the public resolution. The region, your investigations, development region, has three most I'm sorry, three specific clay materials, illelite, kaolinite, and
montmorillonite. Yes.
Yeah. And I see that you got, it seems to be some intuition regarding your deep network compound, how you got, you can construct them from 3D convolution to D convolutions. And definitely I'm interested in your preprocessing pipeline. So I have two questions. Both I write in the chat. First question. Your preprocessing pipeline includes such step quite good, like badband removal, radiometric calibration, and atmospheric correction using QSE model. How did you assess the impact of each preprocessing step on the final classification result? Was there any preprocessing techniques that yielded particularly significant improvements? Is a first question. And second question regarding your neural architecture. The proposed CNN architecture achieved quite impressive classification accuracy, as I see in slides 12 and 13. Can you provide some intuition on why the combination of 3D and 2D convolution layers shown in slide 11 is so effective for hyperspectral mineral identification? And what unique advantages does this hybrid approach offer compared to traditional 2D or 3D convolution architectures? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting questions. About the first question, I see asks me about the steps of badband removal. The badband removal is usually utilized for its essential step to eliminate some noisy band. So we see the bands of our hyperspectral image, and we see that we have some notable bands that are affected with the atmosphere effects. So we choose we must apply this technique to eliminate some electronic noise and certain absorption effects, such as we talk about the water vapor, ozone, carbon and dioxide, and spectrometer edge effects. About the second preprocessing step, which is atmospheric correction, we have a lot of techniques in this step. We have also the flash module. It's very interested this technique for the atmospheric correction, but we use the Quark module because it's very fast in calculation, and it's very fast, and we see that he make the same results with the Quark module. Did you answer the impact yes, we have some techniques, but we choose these techniques for calculation, for the rapidity of calculation. Concerning the second question, we choose the 3D and 2D convolution layers. The 3D convolution layer is very essential for extracting the spectral information, because our filter has three bands to extract features from a lot of bands, from the 30 bands extracted from PCA module. The second 2D convolution layers, we choose these layers to to concentrate about the spatial pixels, the spatial feature extraction. So the 3D convolution is to extract spatial features, and the 2D to extract this the spatial features for 2D and the spectral features for 3D convolution layers. Thank you.
We have one more question from Vasyl Oleksiuk, Andrii Mozghalov.
Vasyl Oleksiuk, maybe you.
In Vasyl Petrovich.
Okay, thank dear colleagues.
Sorry, I don't see this question. I don't see the question of.
Please see in the chat this question I sent near 10 minutes ago, and I will talk in person. My question is related to situation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which have been going on for almost 3 years. As you know, our country is currently the most mined in the world. So can your spectral analysis method be used to search and identify explosive objects such as mines, parts of shell, or missiles located at the certain depth in our grounds? Thanks.
No, I don't have an idea about this objects. Or yes, this technique is capable to classify, not detect the objects such as mines, but this is for just classifying the minerals in regions, but we don't have an idea about the shells or missiles located in certain.
I see. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are impressed. Thank you one more time.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Want to invite for next presentation our colleagues from the National University of Life at the Environmental Science of Ukraine. Are you ready?
I see Nathan Smoley is here.
Yeah, I'm present and ready for presentation. I start sharing. So can you see it and can you hear me well?
Yes, well.
So I want to introduce you my tiny circuit that may help us build more efficient solutions. ppm is a widely used signal in robotics that can be decoded down to PVM that is also widely used. A lot of tools that I met used some kind of standard from up to 2 milliseconds signal duty with period of 20 milliseconds. PPMs allow to encode up to 10 such signals just in one line or radio channel, but further conversion requires some effort that may involve integration of extra controller or rewriting existing code. With all said above, in field of UAV technologies, following systems it's widely used in UAV, and it was suggested to the following usage of such circuits. We add our circuit between the PPM line and ESC controller, so we can control the entire 4 motors or 6 or whatever we have with only one line of signal. In the field of UAV technologies, following systems are usually implemented. As it can be seen, our device simplifies interfacing between flight controller and motors. Next step is the definition of a model. As you can see, we control and user input blocks. We have a control register and compare circuit that outputs our desired PWM signal. On this illustration, you can see the entire circuit that was tested. Obtained results are depicted in this on this slide. Here you can see two examples with one to the left picture depicts testing results for only one circuit in the scheme, and the right circuit depicts the test results for two circuits in the scheme. Possible improvements of this circuit involves making auto reset, set up control registers controlled by a single UART line, so there will be another line instead of synchro line that will be used by our slave devices as a permanent read line. That's all.
Thank you presentation. Please, questions, dear colleagues. This work very interesting and actually.
The main questions, Nathan, at the present condition, I would like to. I'm sorry. According to your proposal, transforming PPM signals to PWM for controlling multiple devices over a single communication line. In the current conditions, the ongoing war, it's very not only impressive, and it can be useful. How do you envision this being implemented in a real unmanaged aerial vehicle system? What key benefits extracting from the current situation of using such conversion PPM for unmanaged health controls compared to traditional approach?
What benefits we achieve from using my circuit? Well, we may reduce the number of control channels in a flight controller. So now if you look at any type of flight control, there is like 15 PWM outputs, and that's well, in some cases that's not enough. In some cases that's much more than needed. And so with my solution, we may like replace these PWM channels with PPM lines, and so we achieve a flexibility of control. By providing the exactly required number of channels. And if you want to somehow control 20 servo motors, I don't know the real applications of this, unfortunately, but if we want to implement the 20 servo motors control, we just need to add another PPM line that can be easily done using MCU resources. How can it be implemented? Well, as it was said, we can use them in order to ESC motors. What's the following? If we're using like VTOL configuration, it may be used to control the entire state of the plane of the UAV, either it is a plane or a copter. What else? Also, it involves additional peripheral control. Like I know some digital devices even use PVM regulations for their sensitivity. Also, so we can easily control such peripheral devices installed on our UAV. What about cargo transfer? It is also easily applicable on like more powerful servo motors that may hold more heavy objects attached to UAV.
Possible solution. Let's about your simulation. Even during simulation, you have some delays. At least a kind of glitch in the output PWM signal, attributed to reset time in flip-flops. In your paper, I tried to find some notes, and I read now that your opinion such glitch does not impact the control process. Regarding current operation condition, are there any mitigation strategies that could be employed to eliminate such glitch and delays? In the real conditions, we have a lot of problems that absent in the simulation. And is such delays on reset probably can be critical or not?
So delays on reset. Well, indeed, in simulation you can see some glitches on the green lines, and the overall delay between the signal changes is like up to 18 milliseconds. In the real applications, such glitches and resets may take up to, well, I've made a quick overlook, not a really quick overlook, but the overlook of hardware base. I've gathered all components for the prototype, and I saw that these delays may take up to like 15 microseconds. Such a value for PVM signal is not critical for control processes, since overall period of these control signals is 20 milliseconds, and that's like 1,000 of the actual signal period. So that's not critical.
Please keep in mind that in such noisy environment as for real UAV applications, the reliable operations is critical. So we need to minimize some glitches and try to make some noise immunify in the real application. But probably our colleagues have another questions. It's a very interesting talk. Moreover, Nathan, I would like to recommend your results of your simulation. Attempt to at least to test in a real-time environment. This summer or spring, I'm sorry, I forget, we will have 5H computing workshop. So your results can be presented at this event. I will inform all participants about this workshop in a minute. Any other questions, please? What? No question. Space happens. Nathan, Victoria, and other authors, thank you very much for your presentations. And we will invite Andrii Mozghalovich, who's the next presenter.
Next,
Olha Tetiana and Anatoly Korotun. I see any one of presenters here?
Yes, we are. Hello.
Moreover, and less Tetiana, all authors here.
Yes, yes. Okay, let me share my screen. Do you see my screen well?
Yes.
very well.
Nice. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Anatoly Korotun. I am a student at Lesya Ukrainka Volyn National University, and today I will present our study titled Optimizing the Process of ER Diagram Creation with Plan2ML. Authors Anatoly Korotun and Lesya Tetiana. The significance of entity relationship diagrams in database design. Conceptual clarity provides high-level conceptual view. Simplified database design streamlines the design process by visualization data structure. Facilitated communication among developers and project teams. Ensured data integrity by defining relationship and constraints. Basis for implementation serves as a foundation for database development and implementation. Scalability and maintenance. Well-designed ERD makes the database more scalable. Optimization helps in identifying opportunities for indexing and optimizing queries. Phases in the ER diagram creation process that can be optimized, improved based on this study. In these slides, phases are marked in a bold text. The study content that covers these phases is also described. So the phases are tool selection, ER diagram construction, data protection, diagram maintenance, and automation. What is Plan2ML? Plan2ML is an open source tool that enables users to create diagram and visualization using diagram as code approach. By writing plain text description in a simple human-readable syntax, user can quickly and effectively convey ideas and system designs. It is widely used in software development and documentation to streamline the process of creating and maintaining visual representation. Alternatives. There are two types of alternatives. The first type is diagram as code tools. These tools allow you to create diagrams using code or script, providing flexibility, version control, and automation capabilities. Examples include Mermaid, Data-Lang, and Plan2ML itself. The second type is traditional diagramming tools. These tools use a graphical interface for creating diagrams, focusing on visual editing. Examples include Lucidchart, Yurii O, MySQL Workbench, and many others. Diagram as code tool advantages. So it's version control, easily track changes and collaborate using tools like Git. Automation, generate and update diagrams programmatically. It's saving time. Consistency, ensure uniform styles and layouts across diagrams. Integration, embed directly into code base, CI/CD pipelines and documentation. Lightweight, no heavy graphical user interface tools needed, just plain text and a renderer. Advantages of Plan2ML among other diagrams as code solutions. Wide diagram support. Plan2ML supports a broad range of diagram types. Customization. Plan2ML allows customization with themes, colors, and additional notations, making it adaptable to various needs. Plugin support. Plan2ML provides the capability to create and use plugins, enabling user to extend its functionality and adapt it to specific requirements. These slides demonstrate a basic example of creating ER diagrams using Plan2ML. On the left side, you can see the Plan2ML code defines entities and their relationships. On the right side, the render diagram visually represents the code, showcasing how easily Plan2ML translates text-based input into structured diagrams. This slide illustrates two versions of the customer order entity representation using Plan2ML. The top sections shows the default representation as suggested by official documentation. The bottom section demonstrates an improved version incorporated custom styling for better diagram readability and highlighting key fields. This slide highlights an unwanted artifact at the top section caused by using entity keyword. And at the bottom section presents an improved rendering solution with the object keyword. This approach avoids the artifact and offers better visual customization. Legend. Since some symbols on diagrams may not be clear to the end user, a legend can be used to explain their meaning. As the diagram becomes more complex, the legend can be expanded. This slide shows code and the view of the legend that contains 4 fields: primary key, foreign key, mandatory field, and enum. In the previous examples, it has been observed that code becomes less readable as diagram appearance improves. To enhance readability and simplifying writing code, reducing its volume is recommended. This slide shows reusable functions and procedures organized into plugin, hosted as a text file on a GitHub resource to provide persistent HTTP URL, which will be used in the following examples. This slide demonstrates the definition of 2 tables with the relationship between them and enum type and the legend. As can be seen, defining tables and enums and adding the legend has become much simpler with more intuitive code than on previous ones. Variants of Plan2ML renderer usage. As been said before, other tools use graphical user interface to render result. Plan2ML acts in a slightly other way, you can say. So diagram can be rendered in 3 ways: official site, plan2ml.com, locally installed web solution using Docker, and compiled jar file. To ensure that diagrams are not leaked to third party, the second or third options should be used. SQLent. SQLent is a command line tool that generates Plan2ML diagram textual description code from a SQL connection string. The only known alternative to SQL is Planter, which has fewer features, is less maintainable by developer, and more difficult to install, but could be more preferred solution for engineers using Go programming languages. Plan2ML and SQLent sequence usage. The user executes an SQLent command with a database connection string. SQLent establishes a connection to the database using the provided connection string, then queries the database to collect schema details, such as tables, columns, relationship, etc. Based on retrieved information, SQLent generates corresponding Plan2ML code. The user can save or modify this code as needed. The generated code is sent to official site, which processes the code and generates a visual diagram. The final diagram is returned to the user as an image for further use. Automation. When replacing the use of plan2ml.com with a locally installed plan2ml jar file or a locally installed Docker container running the Plan2ML server, this approach becomes easily automatable. As a result, some engineers integrate this process into their bash scripts, which can be used in the continuous integration workflow. As code on this slide, which was taken from GitHub user Vildonian. To conclude, importance of ER diagrams: enhance clarity, streamline design, and improve communication. Ensure data integrity and scalability. Optimization highlights: PlantML chosen for flexibility and automation potential. Improved diagram quality and demonstrate automation case. PlantML advantages: broad diagram support, customization, and plugin capabilities. SQL integration automates ERD creation and maintenance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I invite to ask questions of the presenter.
This presentation was quite complex, so it seems to be a lot of questions. At least two questions from me regarding I see on slide number 12, you met on the plugin or 11, the plugin to improve the readability of plant UML code. Can you elaborate on how this model is structured and what specific features is included to achieve these goals, maintainability and readability? And second questions. It provide some set of styling function, support code reuse across multiple diagrams. And second questions, you can read it also in a chat. The SQL tools, it seems to be the 15th or 16th slide. You introduced automate the generation of plant UML code directly from PostgreSQL database, excepting some security breach possible. It seems to be a powerful capability. Have you evaluated SQL performance and scalability with a real large complex database?
Yes, thank you for the question. I will start from the second question because it's more simpler for me. Yes, actually, I have developed this SQL tool when I worked in some Estonian company as a tech lead, and really I had such problems when I have needed.
Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you. And to the first questions.
To the first questions, let's dive into the PlantUML plugin. So what we have here, what you can see, two functions and two procedures. Two functions is a column and table. These functions are used to render exactly the table and its column, as we can see on the next slide of plugin usage. Here you can see include strings. It exactly includes the previous code into this one, but without need to be expanded. And as I said before, here use it the table function, as you can see, and columns. So instead of such construction, as you can see, it's construction in the bottom of text is much more less readable and maintainable, since during the processing of construction, you often editing something. It is easily to miss something in such construction. Also, this plugin contains two procedures, enum and the legend. And again, let's start from the legend. As you can see, legend is mentioned at the end of this code, and it's just a procedure that called and render the legend bottom, the legend field, or the legend diagram. And enum is a procedure that takes as an input enum name and types and the types varchar field separated by comma.
Thank you very much, Anatoly. The reliability is really high. I see one more question in the chat. Andrii Mozghalov, your questions.
Well, wrong camera. While your work focused on the PostgreSQL, many organizations use a variety of relation database. Have you considered extending SQLN or the plugin model to support other popular databases like MySQL, Oracle, or SQL Server? Well, no, please.
Sorry for interrupting. Yes, thank you for your question. It is a good question, and when I started to develop SQLand, I saw the alternatives Planter, and Planter has in disadvantages that I didn't mention. This problem that it also only works with PostgreSQL and don't support others. During the development of SQLand, I've used the modular approach, and I added possibility to add the others to support others databases, and it should be easily it should be easily added, but just adding a new module. It's written is a Rust programming languages, so the engineer who wants to add this, to add support to this, need to know these programming languages. And I think if I'll have to work on my job with other databases, I will add it. I just add PostgreSQL only because I worked with it. So if I don't know, if I will change the job and I'll use the other database design, I think I'll add it. I can add it in a few days, this support. Just we need to be sure that it is possible to get needed information about database structure by SQL commands, as I do it in this PostgreSQL. I just send in the SQL queries to take information about the database.
Thank you very much, Anatoly. We hope you will share the link to your GitHub repository, both in chat and in the final version of your paper. Probably it was in a preliminary version, but I don't read it yet. Thank you. Any other questions? Dear colleagues,
I don't see questions. No see, no hear.
Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Lesa.
Thank you very much. Next presentation from Lesa Ukrainka Volyn National University 2. Please, Ivan Lateniuk.
And Tetiana
Hryshanovych Tetiana, please.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
I have sent a request to share my presentation.
1 minute. We allow you to share your presentation. Yes, you can share.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ivan Lateniuk, and today I'd like to represent my scientific director Tetiana Hryshanovych work, analysis of modern algorithm for word procedural generation in computer games. So I got interested in word procedural content generation, and it became my field of research. And after the research, I summarized all my information and investigations and wanted to share this information. Among the main algorithms that were researched were graph grammar, Fortune's algorithm for Voronoi diagram, parallel noise construction, cellular automaton construction, and generic algorithm. So firstly, graph grammar, or sometimes it's also used graph rewriting. It was developed from generative grammar. This is a method for constructing logically correct phrases from a specific set of transition rules. So basically, we can change one lexeme to another lexeme. Graph grammar is an approach that modifies a graph for a set of rules that tells how a specific part of graph can be changed. The most common way to describe the logic is exploitation of algebraic approach, where we use two methods, double pushout and single pushout. Double pushout method uses three graphs: left-handed graph, right-handed, and context. Here in the figure, we can see that subgraph L is matched with part of graph G and with a context K. This part can be replaced to subgraph R. The single pushout is similar but doesn't use K, and it can cause redundancy in the result graph. After some calculations, I noted that the time complexity of graph rewriting mostly depends on the sizes of input graph G and left-handed graph L, since finding graph homomorphism is an NP complete problem that can lead to exponential complexity. And therefore, summarizing and considering that rewriting a graph processes and rewriting rules, in general cases, time complexity is big O of n times Vg times Vl, where Vg is the number of vertices in G and Vl is the number of vertices in graph L. And in worst case, its time complexity is big O of n times Vg to the power of Vl. Here, context K doesn't provide additional time complexity due to the reason that it's only a check in searching for a mapping position in graph G to the graph by the graph L. An issue about standard graph rewriting is that transition rules are created by human, as all rules must modify the graph in a way that can actually be generated. Paul Merrill proposes a new method for generating these rules. The first step is to select graphs that will serve as examples for generation, and then examples are broken down into primitives and glued together by all possible ways. Then these graphs are organized into a hierarchy of subgraphs, and if the new subgraph can be simplified to the one higher in the hierarchy, then the rewriting rule can be formed from new subgraph to the simpler subgraph, or from the simpler subgraph to the new subgraph. Here you can see examples for Paul Merrill's graph rewriting algorithm, a set of buildings, and the result, a generated city. The Voronoi diagram describes the entire territory, dividing it so that any point R inside a separate element is the closest to the corresponding partition point A. If we are not using any specific approach, we would use perpendicular bisectors and iterate through all points. That will cause a quadratic time complexity. And from another hand, Fortune's algorithm is an optimized approach for generating Voronoi diagram. It suggests using a line that sequentially sweeps all points of the diagram. Here it defines site and circle events as main operations in the algorithm. And after the research, it was concluded that this algorithm has a time complexity of big O of n times log n, where n is the number of partition points. So Voronoi diagram is quite interesting algorithm, but how it actually can be useful. Usually it's used for BIMs for generation and strategic game space distribution with some additional features. For example, a replacement of default definition of distance to Minkowski distance, which summarizes the definition distance and gives an opportunity to change parameter p, so that we would receive different edges of the diagram. In this formula, if p is equals to 1, we will receive a Rene diagram with definition of Manhattan distance. If p is equal to 2, then it's an Euclidean distance. When p is bigger than 2 but not too big, the edges of Rene diagram becomes curvulent, and it's possible to determine the belonging of each group of Voronoi cells to a specific biomes using algorithm to combine the cells in a shared entity. The next one is parallel noise. Parallel noise is one of the gradient noises that divides a field into cells and distributes randomly specified gradients, where the value in the intermediate cells is found by interpolation of dot products of cells. If this method is normalized, then we obtain a value from 0 to 1 in each cell, which can be graphically interpreted at point P and all other points. The time complexity of parallel noise depends on the number of points P and dimensions n. After taking into account number of interpolation operations, the time complexity of parallel noise is big O of NP times 2 to the power of n. Cellular automaton describes how one cell can evolve in another cell. So basically, if we consider that we have two types of cells, paths and walls, we can add transition rules based on neighboring cells and define cell state in the next generation from previous one. Usually we define two approaches for identifying neighboring cells: von Neumann neighborhood and Moore neighborhood with its range, but there is common way of setting its own definition for neighboring cells. After the researching of these methods, it was investigated that regardless of which neighborhood is used, the time complexity of one iteration of a cellular automaton in a two-dimensional space is big O of n times r to the power of 2, where n is the number of cells and r is the range of neighboring cells. So after the research, we concluded that cellular automaton do not provide sufficient control over world BCG, leading to a long process of trial and errors to ensure specific gameplay features. The most interesting one is genetic algorithm. Genetic algorithm is the most can be sometimes used in conjunction with machine learning to optimize models. As for now, genetic algorithm commonly used in word BCG. Applying graph rewriting definition to this approach, a generator graph which determines the generation dependency of certain elements on each other, and a derivation tree which describes an individuals in the current population, is the thing that differ world BCG genetic algorithm from all other genetic algorithms, like for other purposes. There are much more details in the paper about genetic algorithm, which I cannot cover now, but basically the idea is by using the following operations: mutation and or crossover, and after that selection, we can obtain a new generation of possible solutions from previous one. Each solution of such problem is expressed in form of information. Usually it's encoded. A gen or chromosome, the set of all possible solutions is a population. The quality of chromosome is calculated using a fitness function, which takes into account values from that are important for our population and later used for selection. And all of these operations process graphs exactly this derivation trees, then later, as final solution is found, can be interpreted into a physical instance of this tree. It was calculated that time complexity of this approach depends on the number of generations, the number of individuals gens, and the size of a population, and equals to big O of n, big O of g times m times n. As I said before, there are much more details and examples in the article that I cannot cover now. So there you can find much more about usage of fractional Brownian noise, physical simulation, and different example use cases in strategy games, Minecraft, and Noita. After all, it was concluded that the considered algorithm and approaches are computationally complex since their growth varies from linear arithmetic to exponential. This is due to the fact that today's computers are comparatively quite powerful, so developers neglect optimization measures for such algorithm in order to ensure more correct and predictable word generation. This table shows the generalized results of the analysis, which do not compare the algorithm with each other. These methods are not interchangeable, so they usually use in combination of other algorithm and approaches. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I am ready to answer them.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you. Well, we have question in chat from Tetiana Vakaliuk. Please, maybe Tetiana ask question at person.
I can ask the question. In your opinion, which of the above algorithms is the most optimal for building a world map in computer games? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Which kind of world map do you consider? It has to be distributed with all, like with cells, or it has to be fully fully interpret at the Earth, at the normal 3D world?
For both variants.
Sorry?
And first and second.
Okay, if we consider that it has to be if it has to be distributed with cells, we can, it's usually a common way to use a cellular automaton, but with a lot of other features and modifications. And if we consider it like the normal 3D world, 3D like the Earth, so we would use something like gradient noises and, for example, Berlin noise that I described in this paper.
Well, thank you. Next question from Serhii Semerikov.
Not only from me, but from the program chat. At last, from your presentation, I see with the novelty, a kind of novelty of your review paper is to provide an informative recommendation for the game designers and developers to select the appropriate method. No, for example, you compared several key algorithms, maintained it, and analyzed it in Utah. Among of them, several automata genetics algorithms. In your analysis, did you identify any specific use cases or game types, genres, where one from the maintained algorithm outperforms the others in terms of computational efficiency, quality of generations, etc.?
Okay, thank you for your questions. Yes, I have seen and I have researched a lot of examples of use cases of this different algorithm in different games and different genres of games, and I have seen and I have concluded a lot of results. But for now, just for example, as I said, I would say that, for example, cellular automaton is much more better for strategic games, as it can generate different worlds much easier than, for example, this more flexible genetic algorithm, because it's just simpler in its calculations. This reason is due to the fact that cellular automaton provide us with cells, so it even doesn't matter which cells, is it a rectangle, hexagon, or other form of cells. And usually, if a strategic game distributes space in this way, it's much computationally easily to use this way than another difficult algorithms.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I would like to ask both you and Tetiana, while revising your final paper due to the mid of January, can you try to incorporate some use cases to its methods you described? And probably you even can change slightly the title of the paper. Former title, semicolon, etc., a review, a comparative review, and other. Such that we have a clear direction and clear recommendation from your paper. So for each method, at least one use case, and your excellent table in the conclusion, I hope it will be incorporated in the paper with recommendations, probably some diagram, which methods should be chosen by the game developer for some types of game, genres, or scenarios, etc. It will be very useful. At this moment, your original paper is more a type of educational paper, but we need to make a highest level, a clear scientific paper with clear recommendations for the your stakeholders, game developers. It's only our wishes. How it can be incorporated, it's on your own.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions? Any other questions? It seems to be in chat. At the moment, no questions. Thank you one more time, Ivan, Tetiana.
Thank you too.
It was very useful for me and for my team that also work in the automation for generation 2D and 3D objects that can be used in during game design. Thank you very much. So we need to continue.
Thank you. Next presentation, I invite colleagues from Odessa Polytechnic National University and National University Odessa Maritime Academy. Okay, Nickolay Rudnichenko, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, let's go. Well, dear colleagues, good day, and I would like to present you our research results on the topic of our scientific state information system for generating recommendations for risk-oriented trading strategies based on deep learning. Not actually on deep learning only, but let's make it more clearly. Well, the problem relevance. For now, in the modern financial market and different businesses, including the sphere of trading assets and trading of papers, there is a growing interest in participating in exchange trading, which is becoming a current trend among investors in different countries. However, the decision-making process in this area is associated with numerous risks and difficulties, which are caused by various factors. Indeed, there are some risks in financial and politics and ecology and so on. The volatility of the value of financial instruments is determined by the influence of difficult to formalize factors, different factors, such as the dynamics of interest rates, geopolitical crises, like I said, as well as the instability of macro and microeconomics ecosystems, which affects the behavior of market participants. In order to effectively perform analytical procedures and compete with institutional investors to achieve target results, their goals, more income, in the formation of financial decisions, there is an increasing need for specialized tools that can automate the process of analyzing alternatives, identify trends, and evaluate trading strategies with risks. So, the purpose and objective of our work is the purpose and the goal is to develop a project and software implementation of an information system for issuing recommendations on risk-oriented target trading strategies, buying, selling, so on. The work objectives you can see on this slide. Let's make it more clear. Well, when we discovered our problem and modern approaches to resolve our problem and make our solutions, we want to say that traditional methods of technical analysis often do not provide the necessary level of adaptability and accuracy in the conditions of the modern financial environments. So modern principles are often based on different AI techniques. So this explains the growing interest in the implementation of machine learning, deep learning, and artificial neural networks methods and models. These approaches allow us to automate the processing of large volumes of data because trading it's really big industry and there are a lot of data. Identify complex and non-obvious patterns in data, in trends, and create technological solutions to support trading decisions. So, the development of our own analytical system, information system, in the field of issuing recommendations on risk-oriented strategies for conducting exchange trading is due to the need to improve the accuracy, speed, and adaptability of decision made. A promising direction is the migration of machine learning and deep learning methods to create comprehensive decision support tools such as our system. Also, we need to match that in addition to classical machine learning methods used for such problems, also different scientists and researchers used ARIMA, GARCH approaches, and artificial neural networks, and signal indicators, different signal indicators, and we're gonna see a couple minutes later. And it helps to have different points of view for the prognosing and predictive analytical procedures when we are working with stock data. The ARIMA model is the result of kind of generalization of autoregressive moving average model, and its purpose is to build forecasts of time series of different types. In practice, it's actively used to perform procedures for analyzing the value of shares and various financial indicators. So when we start to build our system, we also we need to start with a data set. We try to collect data by our own ways, but it's a kind of complicated thing. So we used Yahoo Finance platform as the initial data source, which seems for us reasonable and rational. The resource provides access to reliable and detailed information on financial markets, providing a wide range of analytical capabilities. As we built our system by language Python, we used a specific library which helped us to get data from this Yahoo Finance. It's called Y Finance library. And we used such data as historical data of stock prices for a certain period, such an open, height, low, close, adjective, close, and volume, real-time trading information for some APL, company financial statements, and so on. And you can see on this slide. This is a system structure scheme which explains our information system functionality. We have three different layers: data preparation, model formation, and results analysis. We have such a cloud as Yahoo Finance, which we used due the open API. We perform a data preparation layer with the calculations of data collected from YF, and research make EDA, exploratory data analysis with this data. After that, we try to build different moving average indicators, ARIMA models. There are three different ARIMA models, and three different deep neural networks. After that, we combine all the results and customize the different hyperparameters for these models, and serialized these models into object files to send it to a production site in the front end, where we can use it to input our own data and see what's going to happen with the predictions. And results analyze layer, which consists of visualization, profiling, metrics, evaluation, and forecasting. And the last one, the results are trading decisions. So a couple words about our technical implementation. We built a different class structure. On this slide, you can see 7 different classes, like such a GUI, a graphical user interface, model class, data processing, metrics evaluation, prediction, visualization, and file operation. And connections between them, we can see that all starts from GUI, and after that, different models write it also on Python. The different Py models we use for different business business functions. More details on these slides: system components and models. You can see such as a model directly builds deep learning models as LSTM, convolution natural network, and GRU. Also, we make a model with predictions, which make predicted a result and put it in a user interface and special text fields, and write it in a logs, TXT files. When we go to the research our results of models, I would like to say, first of all, start from composition of output visualization on the results of data analyzed based on the assessment of first model is indicators model. We use single measure moving average indicator and exponential moving average. And the first picture show us the trend of prediction and actual data. Actual data is blue color and predicted is red and pointed black. The next figure is MACD. It means a moving average convergence divergence values, which are more disturbed by the period of analyzing. This period was 1 year, 2023, whole year, from January to December. And the third one is relative strength index, RCI, parameter, which we can see lay down mostly 100% quality right on the initial data. So indicators shows us good results, but it's not enough to use only indicators. So we it's is often used in assemble machine learning algorithms. We use kind of boost composition of indicators, deep learning models, and ARIMA. And we use deep learning models, such the results of loss metrics, which we have on our free models, is shown. On this slide, we can see that about 20 or 25 epoch, all natural networks reached their low value of loss. So it's good result. And we can say that the most accuracy well and in performance high speed model is GUO model. Predictions which have about maybe 5 or 7% mistake on predicted values. So we can see on this slide that values are really close to each other, true values and predicted results. As a conclusion, we would like to say that conducted studies confirm that the developed system for analyzing data and supporting trading decisions on the exchange provides the user with the opportunity for a comprehensive assessment of various strategies. It's based on combination of forecasts generated by trading indicators, such as ARIMA models, GRU, LSTM, and CNN models, which is especially important in the condition of high uncertainty typical of exchange markets. These uncertainties are associated with an influence of many factors: social, politics, environmental, and economical. The key novelty of the work lies in the adaptation, aggregation, and hybrid software implementation in Python of different approaches, indicators, ARIMA, and deep learning, to the formation of recommendations for making trading decisions in a single system built in a modular architecture. It's not actually microservices, it's more than monolith, but it has opportunities to be a disturbed system in the future, as well as in the development and optimizing of different deep learning models with the assessment of their effectiveness. We can note that a decision should be based on the interpretation of forecasts from all models, making into account risk factors. To improve accuracy, it's important to consider both the coincidences in their results and the differences. If all models give consistent forecasts on predictions, this increases confidence in the choice of strategy, and if there are any disagreements in a prediction, conservative strategy is more preferable. Linear conducting additional analysis of external factors. Also, we want to accentuate that the final trading decision should be made jointly with the data analyzer. we cannot do on 100% right prediction only using these models. We need to interpret the results of our models, because there are not really often, but sometimes there are mistakes in our models. The integration of hybrid narrow fuzzy methods into a system will increase the stability of forecasts, especially in conditions of uncertainty, and minimize the influence of external factors on decision making. It's our proposal for the future researchers, as we can see. Thus, using the system not only helps to improve the quality of forecasts, but also serves as a tool for building more sustainable trading strategies in turbulent conditions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, questions, dear colleagues. Some questions in chat. Start with some
I can hear, yes, please.
Вас чути?
Yes.
О, вже краще. Було дуже погане з'єднання, вже краще.
Bad sound, yes.
Thank you. In the modern terms, when we'll see, no, for example, in the transform, I see your model at the slide 3 is a three-head model. The main your head is moving average, the RIMA, and an ensemble of deep learning models. The main problem while we try to interpret the results for us as a computer scientist, we can easily interpret moving average, easily interpret ARIMA, not so easily interpret recurrent network like GRU, LSTM, and probably can interpret the convolutional network to 1D data, like a classical time series. But when you combine these three heads in one output, you need to be for your end user some explanation not in term model quality, so explanation in term is your user lost his or her money or not during algorithmic trading. So my first question is about explainability, your excellent model combination for end user. For example, can you make some additional features for users with not so good mathematical background regarding the techniques which you use? And a second question, I see Tetiana Anatolievna, almost similar question regarding that risk-based trading strategies. What about the risk control mechanism? They different. I see you propose some in conclusions, but can you dive in it?
Yes. Thank you for these good questions. I would like to start from the last one, from the risks. Yes. We in this prototype project system, we built for now risk on three different ways: low, middle, and high. There's only three types of risks. How we can use these risks? When we make predictions by our models, we can see what kind of predictions they do. For example, one of the model predicts that the risk of losing money gonna be low, and we just fixed this this result. The next one model, for example, predicts that risk gonna be middle, and the second one is also low. So we make decision by combining all these three and makes average. But it's not really good for risk evaluation, because it's a first step for risk-oriented strategies. We would like to, in our different later researches, combine their fuzzy nature of fuzzy approach to deal with risks more flexibly than for this moment. But also there are two types of risks: is risk to lose and risk to positive risk, risk to have more than we are expecting. These types of risk management are also in progress. In this project implementation, we didn't finish this this approach. This is what I can say about risk-oriented strategies. If we're gonna back to the first question, I would like to say that the problem to make for user understandable the results of our model calculations and predictions, it's a big problem, because there are two types of systems actually in trading. First one is only visualizing, which build the graph when we can see upcoming or down low the values of modern trading values for this moment, for this day, for this hour. And the second one is a really different, it's a more complex interfaces with different indicators, which updates each any seconds, and it's a really complicated interface. For this moment that we have today, we made not really big front end part, where we can see three types of elements, text elements, where we describe for user which alternative, which scenarios, and the value of probability that he will lose or he's gonna win, make income. And the graph, which shows us the level of accuracy of models in from 0 to 1, 0% or 100%. That model sure that gonna be losing or winning. And the third one is the table, which show us the results of previous predictions and now prediction. Prediction is in this moment, which helps us to follow the trend of predictions. And if we see that predictions are changed from different periods, for example, in the morning there was one prediction, later another, in the evening another, we can save this data and additional make analyze and visualization process and different models. It's also for the moment in the development, it's not ready, and make more additional. We make additional explanation for the our model working. I believe I'll answer your questions. I'll try to do my best, but there are a lot of things, you know,
Thank you, sir.
in this
Thank you very
system.
much. We are happy to continue our cooperation for a long years.
Thank you. Thank
Our
you.
time series, I hope, will be almost endless.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other questions? No questions, so we can move to the next presentation. We skipped some talks and have
Ruslan Popov.
Overview of small language models in practice. Ruslan Popov, Nikita Krapyvnyi, and Vladimir Vychuzhanin. Ruslan,
Hello, can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, great. And now I'll share my screen. Okay, you can see it, right?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruslan Popov. I'm from Oleksandr National University, which is located in Ukraine, and I'm here to present our research on overview of small language models in practice. In this work, we tried to investigate the field of small language models, their technologies and ecosystems, and how they perform on experiments, and the results were quite interesting. I won't tell much about large language models because everyone already heard of them and knows their impact on our society. But it's very important to mention some crucial problems with large language models that smaller models tries to overcome. And the first point is that they are large. They have trillions of parameters, and this requires a lot of computational resources, which includes energy, specialized hardware, time, and more. And it makes those models unable to run on ordinary people hardware or even gaming PC, etc. The second point is all your data that you're passing to large language model is typically passed remotely via internet to an external service like OpenAI, Mistral AI, Anthropic, and many more. And this raises a lot of privacy concerns, as not every person would will to share their private data to third-party service that he doesn't know. And the third point may be a little small and niche, but is also very interesting, is that large language models are typically very general and they are made to please everyone's needs. It should be able to do creative tasks. It should answer questions very well, solve math problems, but actually, as we know, it's hard to perform all the all tasks at the same time perfectly. And if you have a specific field of knowledge like law, medicine, science, math, you can fine-tune a model, which means training on additional data sets in order to perform very well on these topics. But if you have large models, then it's very hard. It's also very costly to fine-tune a model. And thus, a field of small language models has emerged that tries to overcome all of these disadvantages. And they have smaller parameter size, but they are still showing interesting results in comparison to large language models. They can be run on a system with less than 8 GB or even less than 4 GB of RAM, and on ordinary gaming PC, not yet smartphones, but there's ongoing research on that. And here you can see on the slide popular small language models. It's common that a big tech company can release a bigger model and a smaller model at the same time. For example, Google has Gemini, which is larger model, but it's closed weights, and Google has a Gamma model, which is small model and it's open weight. And you can also see that big tech companies also release models in a set of different parameters. And specifically, Quan models are very interesting as they have a wide range of parameters from 0.5 billion to 1 billion, 3 billion, 7 billion, and all the way to 72, which makes Quan model very interesting to research. And before we move on to experimental results, let's focus a bit on how these small language models are obtained. And it's important to notice that it's hard to pre-train a model. It's very costly. And what companies typically do is that they train one very large models and they extract the smaller models out of them. And there are three main methods for doing this. The first one is pruning, which lies in manual reduction in neurons. The second is knowledge distillation, when a smaller model is directly taught on outputs of a larger one. And the third one is extremely popular in large language models community, extremely popular between enthusiasts, since is the use of quantization. This method lies in simplified usage of number representation. Typically, machine learning models utilize single precision floating point numbers, which takes 32 bits of space. But no one disallows you to use 16 bits numbers, 8 bit, or even, I will say just for the record, even 2 bits. But actually, the output, as we tested the output of Q2 quantization is very bad. And so let's finally see how these small language models perform in different data sets, benchmarking tasks. On this slide, you can see a diagram. The first half is the performance on common sense reasoning, and the lower half is performance on math problems. And you can clearly see that the field of small language models is evolving and it continuously improving. And for example, a year ago, it had performance on common sense reasoning nearly 45%, but now it raises over to 70%. And even last year models, they could not handle even math tasks, and which is clearly seen on this graph. So that is the first experimental evidence of performance of small language model. And the second is we found a very interesting paper from Microsoft. Microsoft had conducted a private experiment on their private app. It's not publicly available. They made an AI-powered app with large language models that they are using for optimizing cloud supply chain fulfillment, which means that they are using it for more effectively to manage their cloud resources, their computers, their hardware infrastructure. And what this app did is mostly talking with database and doing some little bit statistical research and estimation. And on the slide, you can see the results of their experiments, and you can see that smaller language models have nearly identical and even bigger performance that in comparison to larger ones. And on the left side, you could see the cost column, and cost of using small language model can be tens of times lower. And these experiments also serves as an evidence that small language models are worth of trying, worth of deploying in commercial applications and testing, and this could potentially significantly reduce cost of using such models. And we tried to conduct our own experiment with small language models too. We asked 3 models 6 questions ranging in difficulty, starting from simple like questions like 2 + 2 and ending in a riddles, a classical one like which is heavier, a kilogram of feathers or a kilogram of bricks. And the purpose of our test is to test model sanity, whether the output is adequate and whether it is just safe to present the result of small language models to users in comparison to, for example, larger ones. And our experiments turned out to be very interesting. So in common, all these models are very good chatbots. They clearly understand user messages. They provide semantically linked text that is at the same level understand ability as large language models, which they had a lot of engagement. It was fun experiments talking with those models. And even if models could not answer questions on the first try, we tried to give it a small hint or a small kick, and with a small, even one message, like, please read the questions more carefully, model could solve all of the riddles. But it's important to notice that so by questions, they have successfully passed simple questions and questions about common knowledge, but they had a lot of problems with riddles, and they always try to just generate text that is most appropriate to the next words. It didn't try to reason about the text or critically acclaim it, which resulted in a bad performance on riddles. We also found that sometimes model would solve the question, sometimes not. So the first try you ask it perfectly gives you answer, but the second time it's not. So there is a lot of random process in that, and this influences the models. This concludes our experiment at my report. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions and welcome your feedback.
Thank you very much. Please, questions. I see in the chat a question from Tetiana Vakaliuk. Please.
Yes, I can repeat my questions. Based on your research, what can you say about the differences between small language models and large language models? Is the first question, and the second question was for which practical tasks small language models better suit, and what for which are large language models? Thank you.
Thank you for these questions. They are very important questions. I forgot to mention in the report that there is a clear lack of research that would directly compare, like a statistical comparison, classical statistical comparison between small language models and large language model on some specific task. But even with our results, it's enough to tell that typically large language models achieve higher results on benchmarks, but they at the same time consume a lot of resources. And so this leads to the second questions: where can SLMs be used and where LLMs? And SLMs can be used in those systems where you don't really need a lot of knowledge about the world. Maybe you don't need a model to perform well on math, but you need a model that would just understand natural language input and process it. For example, to summarize the text, to paraphrase or make it more simpler. Small language models can be used very well in with augmented generation, where a model is passed with different chunks of private data, and it tries to answer the question, answers the user's question. It is quite possible to use smaller language model because it doesn't require a lot of reasoning, but mostly just finding the answer and presenting it in a human readable format. That concludes my answer.
Well, next question.
Next question for me. I would like some dive in not so long years ago. In fact, as for me, traditionally, a small language model is statistical tables. And your opinion and opinion of this year preprints in APIP that small language model is kind of reduced large language model. But in fact, they have not even similar. They have a same architecture. Architecture is really same. 2 years ago, we used GPT-2 version, last freely available, as large language models. But in the present day terminology, it's a small language model. No, it seems to be. My main questions is about the ability to use in a real environment. I hope you lotly experimentize with this model, both in your personal installation or any faculty installation, and in the largest world community like Hugging Face, etc. And I hope you have an own view on some constraints for reduced language models, small language models, which can be really used is in some application. No, for example, 2 years ago, GPT-2 was a level of 7th grade students of secondary school, etc. Or this model can be used to assist as a chatbot for psychological consulting. Now you use a more profound architecture like LLM, but with a reduced number of parameters. So the level of intellectuality for this model probably can be more high. Undergraduate student, for example, and others. I would like to ask you about probably real applications of reduced large models with quite modern architecture for niche specific tasks. Which specific tasks you can recommend for such class of models?
Let me answer you, show some practical examples where I know small language models are definitely used. It's actually a little bit hard to find those examples because companies that would utilize them, they don't really tell much about those models, but a lot of systems they are in research actually. But in practice, what I know is that recently in recent versions of Mac OS, if I'm correct, in the operating systems, there is a small language model that can perform simple tasks, and which is the one which I remember is summarization. It works very fast and gives small summaries, concise. I remember there was an incident that some guy tried to hack it. And the other application of small language models is in JetBrains IDEs for coding assistance. Typically in IDE you can have without language model support, and with some third-party plugin like GitHub Copilot or JetBrains AI, they have own Copilot. But also inside JetBrains IDE there is small language models that you can of course turn off or turn on. They are very small. It's called very rarely, but if you have some repeated tasks, I program a lot in Java, it can automate these small tasks. So it uses less resources. It performs that on local. Of course, a small language model, it may be not as smart as a full-featured Copilot. But if you call it rarely on confident cases, it can perform very well.
Oh, thank you, Ruslan. You mentioned Java. So, provocation question. At the moment, to operate with a large or small language model, you need both internet connectivity or quite strong setup to make the inference. What about such devices like mobile? For example, among the number of convolution model for image recognitions, we have mobile nets that can be used in low and edge devices. Can be some model as reduced llama be not only interfaced from these devices, but put in these devices and work without any kind of internet compatibility.
Yes, this is a very interesting questions. I have to admit that I not dug up this topic too deep about this running on mobile devices, but what I can say is, of course, what you said, that a lot of times they are just an interface to a larger, like a mainframe, and this is a client. But if you're talking about literally running them, that it basically there are two constraints. Is the processor speed, GPU, CPU, and random access memory. And in theory, you can run typically on GPU there is much faster, but it's absolutely possible to run this on CPU. And some models that have quite reasonable performance. They can be less than 4 gigabytes of RAM. If I remember, some Quan 3 billion takes 2 gigabytes, and 0.5 billion takes a half of gigabyte. But the problem is that it would consume a lot of resources of a smartphone. It would utilize processor on 100%. And because the architecture is ARM, of course, it's not probably it won't be a GPU because it needs extensive access, a lot of RAM, and the architecture is ARM, and ARM is more suited for low power consumption, but it's not have full enough instructions. So you can run, but it probably will be slow. It will quickly drain your battery, and it will make your phone very hot.
Thank you, Ruslan. But we really need for a kind of large language model for edge devices, at least for mobile devices. And probably it will be interesting the direction of research for you and your team. Thank you very much for discussion and about terminology too. Any other questions?
Yes, we have a question in the chat. Did you test latency of SLMs?
Latency of SLMs. Oh, let me tell about this question. Thank you. It's also a very interesting question, and it a lot depends on how much parameters it has. That's the first point, and the second point is quantization. And the third point, as I mentioned before, is CPU, GPU. GPU is much faster than CPU, and no one even talks about using CPUs. That's the first thing. We have observed that running small language models, if it has a quantization like 2 bits or 16 bits, to 8 bits, I wanted to say 4 bits, it can run blazingly fast, provide readable results, and it can be much faster than a remote model, because remote model is very large and it has a lot of requests for that. But if you fully utilize your GPU, it can be instantly fast. But it's also relies on quantization. If you have if your numbers take small space, it will be blazingly fast. But if you 16 bits use 16 bits quantization, yeah, it might be slower than remote models.
Thanks to Leonid Kuperstein for his questions. Thanks Ruslan and your team, and we need to move forward. The next talk, according to our plan, is modeling and simulating of a Duffin pendulum in the moved coordinate system. Hanna Zemlyanukhina, Roman Volyansky, and Nina Volyanska. Any presenter?
I don't see any presenter.
No.
Maybe we a little ahead of schedule.
The next part starting.
Olha Petrovich, the topic modeling of Ukrainian folk songs, a case study of Podylia region, very interesting research from Estonian Literary Museum and Vinnytsia Mikhailo Kostyubinsky State Pedagogical University.
And we are happy to see Olga for the first time in our, for the third time in our banner. We see some changes in your topicability and the level of your papers is quite impressive. Thank you for your both professional and personal growth in our community.
Thank you so much, my dear colleagues. It's so much pleasure to see you once again, and hope you are feel yourself well, and it's really great honor to present my new topic of the research, which I was like challenging to switch and to investigate and learn more, but as you noticed, everything is connected with digital previously digital pedagogy and now digital folkloristics. So I only ask if you see my screen. Is everything okay? Okay, so I will keep moving. Let me present the topic of my research, topic modeling of Ukrainian folk songs, a case study of Podylia region. The background of my research was connected with several researches which were conducted previously by different scientists in also different research areas as folkloristics and computational science, digital humanities. Folk songs as a vital component of intangible cultural heritage, serving as a repository of historical memory, collective emotions, and shared values within communities. And in the Podylia region, folk songs preserve local tradition, moral cultures, and social practices, contributing to discussion of national identity and collective memory. And the other motivation was to apply topic modeling, particularly latent Dirichlet allocation, which has emerged as a valuable tool for uncovering latent themes in large textual corpora. Studies by Murakami and others further demonstrate the ability of LDA to identify interpretable themes across diverse datasets, bringing qualitative and quantitative approaches to text analysis. LDA has been successfully applied to cultural and linguistic studies, such as Estonian rune songs by Mariia Korotun, to Slavic folklore by Striuk and Merot, and regional song lyrics by Leo and others, and Wang Yentun and others. Besides, there are linguistic challenges which may not align well with the capabilities of modern natural language processing tools. For example, folk songs often employ colloquial language and regional dialects, which can lead to inaccuracies in processing, such as lemmatization and stop word removal.
Dear Olga, I'm sorry for break, but at the moment we see only the title slide. Probably you can change your slide or try to share your screen. Please share your whole screen instead of PowerPoint window, and we will see your presentation in full screen mode.
Okay, sorry for my...
Oh, thank you. We see the slide background of the... Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Elsa. Okay, and moving further. So the aim of my research was to explore the semantic structure embedded in Podilya's region folk songs by applying LDA-based topic modeling. I had such three key objectives to conduct this research. So the first one was to identify the key themes and motifs presented in the corpus. The second was to evaluate how computationally derived themes align with or diverge from a traditional folkloristic classification. And the third was to analyze the linguistic and methodological challenges of applying computational tools of Ukrainian folk songs corpora. For our international colleagues, I only point out the map of Podilya region. So it's an ethnographical region, which in nowadays combine almost three and a small part of Odessa region. So it's mostly Vinnytsia region, Khmelnytsky region, some part of Ternopil region, and very small part of Odessa region. And the method and data of my research. The research is based on three collections of Podilya region folk songs, and corpus combines almost 3,000 songs, more than 50,000 of verse lines, and more than 200,000 tokens. To analyze the topic modeling of Ukrainian folk song corpus, the R programming language along with RStudio is used, and the text corpus and R scripts to analyze the topic modeling of this corpus is available at Zenodo, and it can be easily accessed and downloaded and repeated or improved according to another research. So this study employs a range of text analysis techniques, including text processing, stop words removal, tokenization, lemmatization, part of speech tagging, and document term matrix construction. Topic modeling was performed using LDA with coherence evaluating matrix. Additionally, word embeddings were generated with the GLOW algorithm, and key means clustering was applied for semantic grouping. Data visualization techniques, including bar charts, word clouds, and principal component analysis, and heat maps were used to interpret the present findings. So I was interested to select top 20 distinct topics with 20 keywords in each identified topics in Podilya region folk songs using LDA. So this bar chart on the slide displays beta values on the x-axis and representing the relative importance of each keyword within the topic, while y-axis lists the keywords, and each facet corresponds to a separate topic arranged across 4 rows and 5 columns. And this visualization, it's quite hard to read all the words, so I decided to visualize one of the topic for better readability and to make it more clear. Probably I wouldn't spend much time on explaining the connection of different words according to themes and motifs in folk songs, because it's not so probably interesting to the audience, and only tell that each of distinguished topic and all this 20 words in each topic, they are really can be interpreted and connected with themes and motifs of folk songs, and it not only connects with the traditional interpretation and in the traditional analysis of folk songs, topics of folk songs, but also it gives a new vision and new results, new inspiration, how it can be interpreted, sometimes connecting different sub-themes, sub-motives in one topic, and it's really fascinating to investigate folk songs in such a way. Okay, so the next slide is connected with a heat map of top 5 keywords across 20 topics in Podillia region folk songs. One moment. I put the visualization of the table with some part of the table with 9 words, and they are better values according to this across 20 topics. And then on the right high side of slide, there is all the view of these 20 topics, and so it's only to better visualization the number where they occur. So some words, keywords, they occur only one time across these 20 topics, but sometimes one word, one keyword can repeats in 2 or 3 topics. At the same time, it has different values according to this new topics, and this overlapping and this the number of beta values, it influence on it the keyword place on this heat map visualization. So this clustering of words and topics highlights relationship within and across topics, revealing thematic overlaps and distinctive patterns. It also demonstrates the shared and unique motifs that permeate the corpus, providing a deeper understanding of the thematic structure of Podillia folk songs. Okay, moving on. After applying L-Day topic modeling, it was important to find out how this topic coherent, and that's why topic coherence evaluation across metrics for Podillia region folk songs were applied. I used 4 different metrics: Griffiths, Kaudion, Arun, and Deviot. For this purpose, and it gives such results as only a small explanation. Griffiths evaluates model likelihood and suggesting the number of topics that best balances model complexity and fit the data. So the higher likelihood scores indicate a better fit to data. And in our case, likelihood improves with an increasing number of topics, around 16, 17 topics, and indicating diminishing returns in model fit beyond this range. The next metric it was Kao-Yun. So this measures topic redundancy by evaluating overlap with lower values, indicating less overlap among topic and better coherence, thus improving interpretability. And in our case, the values fluctuating between 20 and 7 topics, but generally remain relatively low, suggesting acceptable levels of redundancy. Redundancy begins to increase significantly when the number of topics drops below 7, indicating merging and or overlapping of themes. The next metric was a rule. It examines the divergence between document topic and topic word distribution, with lower scores indicating a better defined and less ambitious topic. And in our case, the lowest scores occur after topic 15 and 16, implying these topics provide the best balance between distinguishedness and alignment between document topic and topic word distribution. And the last metric, divert, focuses on semantic distinguishedness, where higher scores reflect greater separation and clarity among topics. And in our case, the metric suggests the highest semantic clarity and distinguish that are achieved at topic 7. However, coherence values remains relatively high before topic 7 and after it till topic 9, 15, indicating this range also offers strong coherence. And to compare these results with some, like to check if it's also quite good results, I decided to apply cluster analysis with like using word embedding and principal component analysis. So the figure on the slide shows word clusters generated from word embeddings, focusing on the most representative 20 words per cluster, and the principal component which named principal component 1 and principal component 2, derived from principal component analysis, provide a two-dimensional projection of the high-dimensional word embedding space. Bubble size corresponds to term frequencies, emphasizing the relative importance of keywords within each cluster. And the range of principal components 1 and principal components 2 values from -4 to 4 represents a variation in the data. The largest ranges for principal components indicate greater diversity in the dataset's semantic dimensions, and words closer to the origin, like 0, are less distinct in their thematic contributions, while those further away contribute strongly to the thematic dimensions. And the conclusion of my research was that the study identifies 20 distinct thematic clusters through LDA topic modeling, uncovering recurring motifs and narrative structures in Podila folk songs. Key themes include family life, romantic relation, wedding rituals, agrarian and rural life, ritual practices in carol and shadrivkas, And you can see on the slide which topics connects in these key themes. The identified clusters align with traditional folkloristic classification, for example, family bonds, Chumak journey, love, harvest. And computational methods revealed interconnections between themes with overlapping motives, enriching the narrative complexity. For example, contrast within themes such as childbirth versus domestic violence in family-related topics, cross-themes connections such as romantic relationship ties to family and ritual practices. The next conclusion is that optimal LDA configuration between 15-17 topics provides the best balance between interpretability and thematic coherence. And the last one, that this study demonstrates that LDA, when combined with advanced techniques like principal component analysis and clustering, can systematically analyze the thematic richness of folk tradition. So thank you for your attention, and I would like to hear your suggestions, comments, and questions.
Thank you very much. Very interesting research.
Moreover, this not only useful research, but this research is the biggest background. On your last slide, you indicated that your conclusions is just in line with our classical fundamental work. But our fundamental work in folkloristics not always can indicate all cross-sectional, cross-cluster, inter-cluster connection, which you can indicate it using appropriate method. So I think that high-quality linguists with such instrumentation make more quality and deeper research in comparison with traditional linguistics. Yes, in traditional we have a number of cards which can systematize, but the real bottleneck in traditional linguistics, it is our ability. On the number of terms which can operate. A Miller bottle or some 7 plus minus 2, a number of components which we really can operate. So I'm excited with such combination. Is not only useful. Your research can be transferred, for example, in a rare linguistic section, like some dialects. We have not so lot of research in this topic. Moreover, you can use these patterns to the languages which not your own native languages or second languages. Such patterns can be indicated even in a language which probably can be deciphered due to the moment, like Rapa Nui tables, etc. These impressions, I'm sorry, but I have questions I write in the chat. How do you see a computational method like latent semantic analysis, declare analysis, classical, evolving to provide deeper insight into complex cultural narratives, and what interdisciplinary collaborations might be crucial in advancing this approach? Now you are invited as that in our friend country, Estonia, in Language or Literature Museum. What about your opinion, insight? What about your transition from a classic Ukrainian philology, a well-developed and established, well-developed and established researcher, to a digital philologist, as we now see? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment and questions. So let me answer. It's really fascinating to try to learn more about these digital humanities methods and try to implement them to the topics which are more close to me. But at the same time, I try not to focus only on Ukrainian corpus of folk songs, but also to compare Ukrainian and Estonian folk songs with these computational methods. And as the topic which I present today, it's only like one of the steps which will be implemented or something like that. So the next step, which we plan to do together with my colleagues in Estonian Literary Museum, is also connected with topic analysis, with topic modeling. But when I try to do it now without translation Ukrainian corpus to English, which usually do other researchers when they investigate Ukrainian language corpus, not only folk songs but any texts. So I thought that it's not appropriate because it can lose these specific features and I lose some topics. But at the same time, we decided to try and investigate and check if it will be so. So the next step will be such. So my colleague, he has experience in implementing not implementing, but using AE, some version with payment, something like that. I'm not so familiar with AE, sorry, so I cannot tell exactly. So he plans to translate with this AE. I don't know, models, Ukrainian corpus and Estonian corpus into English. And then my task will be to conduct topic modeling as comparative analysis of two different corpora. But we hope this translation will help us to succeed in this topic modeling, because if we use native languages, it will be quite difficult to succeed and to get some results and even to compare them. So that our like the nearest plan, but more further plans is to.
I'm sorry. What do you think about a kind of proposal? 3 years ago, we attempted at this, some days before the starting of the war, to conduct a very specific workshop on digital humanities. digital humanities workshop that includes all methods that you used in your current stage of research. This was planned as the first digital humanities workshop, but the second, due to the war, we don't plan and don't conduct. What about to revive this idea, for example, with you?
I would like to join to
So
be a part of.
After this workshop.
Yes,
Exactly.
that's a great idea, because really, when I start to work with Estonian colleagues, I started to look for different researches in Ukraine, which were conducted on Ukrainian language corpus, and it's really like very good background and help when you feel yourself not alone in digital humanities. And really, Ukrainian scientists and researchers are very high quality in this field. So I hope that it will be really successful.
Inter-research group cooperations are invited. We have some questions in the chat, Andrii Mozghalov.
Well, I can.
The first question from our forum presenter, Yusuf Atala. Have you considered using recent advances like graph neural networks, GNNs, to model the relationship between the words in your analysis? Because I think that graph networks could potentially provide deeper insight by leveraging both the semantic embedding and graph structure of word literature, such as occurrence and similarity. How do you think such approach might enhance or complement the classical prism component analysis and k-means clustering methods you have employed?
Thank you for your question. Once I have experience in applying Jeffy network analysis, but for another topic, for rim schemes, so it shows quite good results. But at the same time, this program is not so stable. I mean that when you apply different filters or different things, you receive different results. And if you don't remember what you exactly changed, you choose for filtering, so it gives not that the result that you expect. So for this research, I give up for trying something like that, but it can be also used, and I think that it also can show quite well the results according to finding this connection between topics and words, keywords among topics. So it can be. Thanks for idea.
Thank you for your for the question, both for the answer. And we have a question from Andrii Mozghalovich. Larissa Borisovna Striuk is a prominent research in folkloristic, both as and Mykola Ivanovich Striuk. So, could you elaborate on the most surprising or unexpected semantic patterns that emerged from computational analysis, which might have been apparent through traditional folkloristic methods?
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks for introduction of colleagues who are also interested and well known in this field of research. So, according the most unexpected, it was really surprising to find out in one topic keywords from different patterns, such as giving birth of the child, and at the same time the domestic violence when husband can kill her wife and even child. So it was something like unexpected for. And the next was also quite interesting that usually we have a lot of family songs or love songs, and we used to distinguish them separately. But according to this few topic that I received as results, this for example, romantic love songs were very closely tied with family songs and with some ritual practices like wedding, or sometimes like Щедрівка, when we have this New Year and Christmas celebration time. So it was also quite inspect. And probably I return to topic 4. There is more detailed analysis, and you can see that I point out some family details. So the team mostly connected with family life, family songs, but mention one word, chumak. Need to find volley. We have the word keyword oxen, volley, and usually they makes alludes to chumak songs, and it's quite also like not surprising, but make me to look in a new way on this connection and storytelling in folk songs, and how these topics can be interconnected between each other, and not only to look only the main genres and main themes, but like as it connects with real life. We don't have only love on separately from family and separately from some work duties. We have it connected, and that's the same with this topic modeling. It so shows that in during family life, some people do work like chumak. They need to go away, far away, with this oxen, with volley, to do their work for living. So it's like really not only inspiring, but it gives energy and to look further and to find connection and explain this visualization. So it's quite important not only to receive any visualization after writing coding, but also to be able to explain every visualization to find out if it's a good result, or I need to improve and find more clear, more like better results, something like that.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. According to our workshop program. The next presented should be Oksana Klochko, but her time is must be in 17 minutes. So I propose to make a kind of lunch for an hour. So we have 1 hour break to
2 o'clock, until 2 o'clock.
Yes. Andrii Mozghalov, can you pause the record? And we'll return in 60 or 55 minutes.
Okay. Dear colleagues, we start the second part of our workshop. I'm glad to see you see our speakers next presentation. Oksana Klochko.
Sorry,
yes.
I'm a speaker.
I'm sorry.
Yurii
Okay. Vinnytsia Mikhailo Kosybinski State Pedagogical University and Academy of Cognitive and Natural Science. Please.
Good day. Let me present our work, problems of implementing electronics audit projects, SAF-T UA for large taxpayers in Ukraine. The article discusses the features of creating and implementing software that will form an electronic audit file, SAF-T UA. The project's main organization and technical tasks are listed, including the formation of a team of specialists, integration of data from accounting systems, design of data warehouses, validation and testing. The article provides recommendations for developers and project teams aimed at ensuring technical efficiency, compliance, and sustainable development. SAF-T it is a standard audit file for tax. Benefits of using SAF-T: transparency and control, data standardization, reducing time costs, increasing data accuracy, improving tax audit, reducing the risk of fines and sanctions, scalability and integration, improved internal audit, international recognition, and resource savings. This is the structure of the SAF-T file. In fact, it is an XML file. The size of each can be tens or hundreds of gigabytes. The most complex part is source documents. This part stores all the goods movements at the transaction level. You see here includes the name, codes, company address, etc. Master files use it to disclose information filled in the other sections. General ledger, information on account and transaction for the selected period. Source documents details the types of documents required to transcribe account transactions and tax differences. The block is present only in the Ukrainian version of SAF-T, physically located in the reference sections. The main task that need to be solved during the projects you see on the slide. This is my real practical experience of participating in the SAF-T implementation project in the largest retail chain in Ukraine as a product owner of the merchandising system. All of the following is the result of months of observations from inside the projects. First, creating of a full-fledged team of specialists for implementing of SAF-T projects, both on the side of developers and testers and on the side of business and accounting. Second, identification of data source systems and mapping of this data and file section fields for report construction, definition, search, transformation, and collecting of all necessary information. Designing storage for collecting the required information. As I say that the volume of processed information can reach hundreds of gigabytes because all data is stored at the transaction level. Allocating technical resources and technical specialists of the enterprise, addressing issues related to limited data. For example, incomplete historical data that were previously unnecessary to store. For such issues, decisions need to be made in advance and approved by regulatory authorities. 6. Data integrity checks, audits, and control before sending the file to the fiscal authorities. 7. Develop a process for archiving and possible updating of the repository data. And 8, serious issue is both the organization of access rights to the system and the possible filling of the restricted information. Personal data, state secrets, official information of restricted uses, and etc. Technical tasks that need to be solved during the projects. Development and implementation of new full-fledged audit data storage system. We name as ADCC, which would be the recipient of all primary data from other systems and generate an audit file. It is possible to create an ADCC as a separate module of the ERP system. Development of rules for validation of data in the ADCC according to XSD scheme of the audit file. 3. Development of mechanism and interfaces for automatic filling of ADCC from various data sources, ERP, CRM, 1S, 1C, Excel, etc. 4. Solving the issues of storage, administration, and processing of large volumes of ADCC data. 5. Development mechanism for internal reconciliation and auditing the ADCC data. 6. Possible development of mechanism to recalculate and update ADCC data. 7. Determine how to edit existing ADCC data. Qualitative testing of all steps from primary data extraction to audit file generation. 9. Maintaining and updating the ADCC when new version of the audit file are released. And 10. Presence of technical variants in XSD scheme that do not cover all business scenarios. More detailed and comprehensive recommendation for the project team on development and implementation are presented in the article. For high-level generation assessment of the features of creating an implementation of the SAF-T system in commercial enterprises, an expert assessment was carried out. The experts answered the following questions of the questionnaire. The answers to the questions were in the form of yes or no. The experts were the chief accountant, accountants, project manager, functional and technical architects, developers, and testers. The questions are shown on the slide. With your permission, I will not read it to save time. It is the result of the responses. The general conclusions that can be gained from this survey. The first, all respondents support the standard SAF-T implementation methodology based on the software implementation methodology with the creating of a full-fledged project team. A positive result of SAF-T implementation is expected, which is characterized by optimization of accounting and administrative costs, changes in the business process of the enterprise and the format of interaction with tax authorities. 3, it is expected that the staff will be fully trained on how to work with SAF-T. 4, respondents are not aware of all the requirements of the tax authorities to the SAF-T format. 5, the majority of respondents believe that it is impossible to fully automate tax control using the SAF-T audit file. 6, the majority of respondents believe that the implementation of the audit file is a project to develop new software and involves the creation of a data warehouse. 7, key respondents support the integration of SAF-T software into a company's ERP system. In general, the survey showed that the staff of large enterprise evaluates positively the need to reform tax reporting formats using the audit file for the convenience and conducting a tax audit, which will also make it possible to optimize accounting activities, reduce administrative cost, and positively change the business process of the enterprise. The materials can be used as detailed recommendations for the project team, recommendation for staff training, and training of future business and administration specialists at universities. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, please, your question.
My question in the chat.
No, we have yes, we have a question from Serhii Semerikov. Please.
Thank you, Yurii, for your presentation. When we tried to review your paper, it was quite unusual for us. As systematics for this workshop and according to the chosen topic. But all reviewers are agreed with that you give in your paper a clear recommendations regarding how to make some software developers on this format file, SAF-T. But my question is concerned other thing. Could you elaborate on how your adaptive assessment tool specifically tailors its feedback and recommendation to address the unique characteristics of each profile? And what were the most significant differences in how these profiles responded to the personalized intervention?
Sorry, let me answer in Ukrainian, please.
Let's try. let's try. And probably your co-author can try to translate in English. Oksana Vitalyevna, can you support Yurii in this regard?
We can machine translate the text to Ukrainian, maybe. In the chat, I can.
Yes. Andrii Mozghalov proposed to answer these questions in the chat, not in voice, despite some participants don't understand Ukrainian. Feel free to make some minutes to formulate your question in Ukrainian, translate, and answer in the chat. Thank you. Any other questions in this regard? No questions. So Yurii, we will waiting for your questions in the chat, and we will try to translate in English for all participants. Thank you very much. According to our plan, the next paper probably will be presented by Leonid Kuperstein. Leonid, are you here? Are you ready?
Our research will be presented by Vladimir Vychuzhanin.
Wait a minute, please.
So presenter will be another person, Vladimir Vychuzhanin. Vladimir, are you here?
I'm here.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Так. Сподіваюся, мене видно, не чути. Do you see presentation?
Feel free to try to start your slideshow in full screen mode.
Full screen mode. Okay.
F5 or Shift F5.
Я то його зробив, але...
In Ukrainian, показ слайдів.
Та я зробив, просто воно у вас не показується.
Vladimir, can you reshare again your screen and not the PowerPoint window, full screen?
Okay. Share. Yes.
I'm sorry, we're waiting. Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. Let's start.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Vladimir Vychuzhanin, and today I will present our work on AI agent-based system for fact-checking support using large language models. In it, we have considered the use of AI to automate fact-checking. As we know, the amount of information in modern world is constantly growing. At the same time, the amount of disinformation spread through social networks and media is also increasing. This problem has serious consequences from election manipulation to economic crisis. Our research aims to develop a tool to automate fact-checking process using large language models. Fake news affects all aspects of public life,
For example, in the social context, disinformation about vaccination has caused distrust in medicine, and in politics, manipulation during election destabilizes democracy. This problem is particularly acute in Ukraine, where disinformation has become a tool of information warfare. In particular, Russian fakes about the events in Ukraine affect international support and complicate the resolution of the conflict. Challenges of traditional fact-checking. Traditional methods of fact-checking, while effective, are extremely slow and time-consuming. They can't keep up with the speed of fake news. What is why automation of this process is becoming extremely relevant. Use of AI helps to find and verify information faster. Large language models like GPT-4 have a significant potential for fact-checking. They can analyze text, compare data with reliable resources, and take into account context. However, they also risk such models are also capable of creating plausible fakes, which requires additional control. Our system consists of several main modules. These include a user interface, a query processing module, database of verified facts, a module for working with web resources, and a model for analyzing results. All these components are integrated with large language model, and which allows for fast and accurate information verification. On this slide, you can see system architecture. User enters a query through user interface, which is passed to query processing model. System first access database. If required information is found, user receives result. If data missing, a request is sent to web resources model, which collects data from data for analysis. Analysis results are processed with result analysis model and returned to user as a report or recommendation. Technologies and tools. System is based on GPT-4o integrated through the OpenAI API. We used Python for flexibility of development and libraries such as SERP and Streamlit to work with data and create a user interface. Results of experiments. On this slide, you can see how the system works and how reliable and it refutes fakes. First example is fake information about power outages in Ukraine of up to 20 hours a day from June 2024. Result refuted. Reliable sources were found what they need. Next fake that was refused is fake what English has become to the second state language in Ukraine. Result, English has status of international communication, but it's not state language. Another fake what tested was the Kyiv Regional Military Administration Cells mobilization armor. Results, first analysis give a false confirmation, but after second check, the system provides the correct answer with reliable sources. In conclusion, I would like to note what our system has demonstrated its effectiveness in rapid analysis and checking. However, there are aspects we need to improve. Its analysis model need to be improved and database need to be expanded. We believe that development will make a significant contribution to fight against disinformation. Thank you for your attention. I will be happy to answer your question or listen to your comments.
Thank you, Vladimir. Could you please clarify? You use a clear GPT-4 model, or you attempted to fine-tune it, this model, to make it more reliable to solve your classical cybersecurity task? Attempted to resolve is the message a fact or message is a fake?
Можна українською, будь ласка, так само?
Так.
Дякую.
Чи не могли б ви уточнити? Ви використовували чисту модель GPT-4O, чи ви намагалися використати її до навчання, fine-tuning, для забезпечення більшої надійності розв'язання поставленої задачі?
I can answer.
Yes, Leonid Mikhailovich.
Hello, everybody. Okay, we used pre-trained GPT-4O. We don't fine-tune it. We use some technique named RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, for improving quality of our system. We used one source of our system is database with facts, with checked true or false facts. This database we gave to us Agora Media. It's a media company from Kharkiv. We interact with them now, and another direction of our system source is internet. And we didn't fine-tune our system. I don't hear you. Mute. Unmute. Andriy, unmute.
Thank you very much, Leonid Mikhailовich. Rhetoric augmentation is an excellent way. Therefore, the OpenAI policy for fine-tuned models is only in paid access. An excellent solution. And the second question regarding well-known risk on the hallucinations in a language model. I tried to make this question in the chat. Could you elaborate on the specific safeguards or methodological approach you have developed to mitigate the, not mitigate, to allow the risk of hallucinations and ensure the quite good reliability of your fact-checking system?
Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, risk with we have risk with hallucination. It's a potential problem of all LLMs, and we can't do anything. We can some improve or make less of hallucination. But our system is to help for fact checker. Our system don't do anything. Only take information for user, for fact checker, and user must check it. Maybe one more, maybe check source which our system returns. And it's some problem. It's some problem.
Thank you. And my last questions. It's quite good, almost user very friendly solution. Do you plan to realize its as some GPT plugin among those that propose some, like Scholar GPT and others?
Well, maybe in future we take part in some hackathon with our research, but we don't. We collaborate with, as I say, we collaborate with Guara Media, and they develop some bots. Some days ago, they introduced a chatbot in Viber, which use our research, our results. They have a Telegram bot where check facts by real fact checkers. It take a lot of time, but they also start AI chatbot with AI with LLMs in Viber platform, and they tested it there. And we take part some part for this. Maybe in future it's in other platform as a plugin for browser. It's a good idea. Thank you.
Excellent solutions. Thank you very much. Other questions?
No questions. Please. Maybe another participants have a question.
Yes, I have a
no, it's not a question, it's a remark.
Thank you again, Leonid Mikhailовich. I'm happy to see you at least online. I hope we will work together in the nearest and not so nearest future.
I hope to. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. For next presentation, I want to invite Yurii Yefremov, Zhytomyr Polytechnic State University.
I'm sorry, but here it's not Yurii Yefremov, here it's Olha Fedorova.
Yes. Good
Oh,
afternoon.
sorry, Olga, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I turn on the video presentation.
Okay.
When we turn on video presentation, kindly ask you sharing the sound.
Yes. Our research, information system development in accounting, a systematic network study, focuses on analyzing of information systems in accounting. We examined scientific publications on information systems in accounting through a scientific analysis to identify key research topics, trends, and interdisciplinary connection using bibliometric tools in the R software environment. Today, I will briefly present the key finding of our study and outline future direction for development in the field. The research methodology is based on the scientific analysis of scientific publications on information systems in accounting. The data for forming the sample were obtained from the scientific database Web of Science, in which search was made using the keywords information, system, and accounting in the search line. In order to avoid unclear analysis, this sample was restricted to 5 categories: computer science, interdisciplinary, management, business finance, economic, and business. In the bibliographic analysis, 5,442 publications correspond to the research objectives. A selection of bibliographic sources was imported into the R software product for analysis in the bibliometric package. R combined with the bibliometric package provides a platform for quantitative analysis in scientometrics and bibliometrics. Figure 1 represents the key research topics and their interrelationships in information systems in accounting. Dim 1 reflects the primary dimension, accounting for 38% of the variance. This dimension opposes themes related to information systems, technology, and optimizations against those relating to revenue management, corporate governance, and disclosure. In its turn, topics of DIM 2, 21% variance, discuss management, control systems, and optimizations. The central clusters contain the terms information, systems, management, and influence, which directly from the key direction of information systems research in accounting. The conceptual structure indicates that the analyzed studies focus on integrating information systems in the organization and management of management accounting and control. In this respect, the importance of information systems in financial activities, earnings management, and corporate governance during the last 10 years shows a positive growth. In Figure 2, a topic fundamental to the field is formed but needs to be sufficiently developed in scientific and practical literature. Thus, research on information and management forms the basis of the research of information systems in accounting and serve as fundamental elements. Also, this topic is important, there is room for further research and development. This network is divided into 2 significant clusters. The cluster colored blue is distinguished by such keywords as systems, management, performance, and technology. That is the research focus on implemented solutions to enhance productivities and approaches to its measurement, as well as a strategic impact of information systems in management. Moreover, the interrelation between the terms innovation, big data, information systems, framework, and management systems reflects how information systems and technology are implemented and used in order to manage organizational process and achieve improved performance. In red is highlighted the cluster combining the term information, quality, corporate management, and disclosure. The links in this cluster directly shows the relationship of information systems with financial business activities and management. Therefore, such research has distinguished a separate stream that studies the problems and consequences of information system concerning financial transparency, information disclosure, and income management. The concept of information among all the form nodes is the most prominent in the whole network and connects the blue and red clusters. Blockchain, rights, and artificial intelligence are the most discussed topics in recent years. Such trends could have been explained by widely developed digitalization and the introduction of technology solutions for the organization and management of accounting, finance, and management. Big data analytics, and information technologies can already be considered essential technology topics of research in the direction of information systems in accounting, having excited for several years and showing constant growth. A figure illustrates that significant research on information systems in accounting is conducted in the trends of management, productivity, impact, information, and systems. The high frequency of these terms confirms that relevance to the field since they form a critical mass of research queries and analyses. From figure 5, the topic of research on information is highlighted. In turn, management, impact, and efficiency confirms the importance of research that focuses on the assessment of productivity and the impact of information systems on management process. In turn, future research issues will be targeted along such factors as big data and sustainability. Analysis of the data presented in figure 6 confirms the importance of and meaning of information in this area of research. The terms management and influence provide a research trajectory that argues the impact of information systems on management decision-making and overall business performance. In addition, the word system points out the significance of direction information systems for research. Here, research on the impact of technology on the implementation of the systems, the study of factors for the successful implementation of business systems and their various configurations become more relevant. The frequent use of such terms as systems and model reflects the ongoing research into system design and theoretical developments on the role these systems play in facilitating business process. In figure 7, the given bibliometric visualization is provided, which shows three object relationships: countries, left column, primary research topics, central column, and related research topics, subtopic, right column. According to the data, Ukraine, the USA, and China carry out the most significant number of accounting information systems studies. The percent of countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brazil indicate increased interest in researching information systems in developing economies. Thus, research is not only limited to traditional strong economies, but also extends to regions where the implementation of information systems in accounting is becoming increasingly important due to the development of the economic and regulatory environment. It's expected that the main topics of research will be related to accounting, management, and information, and promising research direction for machine learning and blockchain will be followed. This scientific review carried out within the framework of the accounting information systems revealed that the thematic areas of integration of information systems, performance measurement, management, and increased use of new technology in the fields are at a critical stage. Most of the publications focus on methodological advances, interdisciplinary applications, and practical innovations related to the organization and management of accounting. Future research may focus on the practical applications and implementation strategy of AI's technology in various organization environments.
Thank you for attention. I'm ready for a question.
Thank you. We have a question from Tetiana Vakaliuk.
Yes, I'm here. What are the main trends in the research of information system in accounting based on the conducted studies? Thank you.
Thank you for a question. It's a very interesting question. I think the main trends of the research of information systems in accounting, it's machine learning, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. The result shows the importance of information systems in accounting as one dynamic and constantly developing field at the crossroad between traditional accounting and modern information systems. Also, standard is the interest in data analytics for improving transparency, decision-making, and financial control. In particular, AI solution and machine learning are increasingly used for analytics. Additionally, it's necessary to explore and assess the effectiveness of integrating artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain into accounting systems, particularly in terms of data security, transparency, decision-making, and their long-term impact.
Thank you. Any question, please? Some question from me. The research identified decrease in publication over the past 3 years. Potential it's like to the COVID-19 pandemic. Beyond the external factor, what instinct can you share about the potential maturation or transformation of accounting information systems research during this period?
I think it's a bad period for the researchers, but system accounting develop in traditional systems to modern systems and used analytics, big data, blockchain for comfort in company.
Thank you. Well, we have not any question. All right, I thank you for your presentation and invite next speaker, Tetiana Vakaliuk.
Yes, I'm here. I turn the video and 1 second, please.
Please.
One second, please. Something happened.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me present to you the main result of the study Method of Data Analysis to Study the Effectiveness of Scientific Journal Promotion. Authors of the article is Olha V, Tetiana Vakaliuk, Tetiana Nikichuk, and Mariia Korotun. In today's world of technology, a new paradigm of edge computing is becoming increasingly widespread and aimed at moving computing resources closer to the data source. This is due to the speed of data processing, reduced network load, continuity of data processing, and effectiveness use of computing resources. This trend helps to open up new opportunities in various areas of human life. The purpose of the study is to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the collected data from the scientific journal Journal of Age Computing to identify crucial trends for reaching and attracting foreign and domestic researchers for the further visitors and publication in the journal, and to outline the prospects for research in this area. To analyze the generated dataset, we will apply the following generally accepted scheme consisting of the following steps. According to the above scheme, let's describe the work that needs to be done at each study of data analysis. Data collection includes identifying the purpose, sources, and the actual data collection process. To obtain the data, we selected a scientific article from the open collection of published scientific research Science Direct in similar areas of the JEC journal, and collected email addresses of scientists from around the world, namely their names, article titles, and countries, which allowed us to form the data table. This process was carried out daily during June 2024, and added an average of about 60 to 70 records. Data cleaning involves detecting and eliminating errors in the data, the processing missing values. If necessary, data standardization can be performed. For the obtained data set, that analysis was carried out in the RStudio environment using the R programming language. The descriptive analysis includes an overview of the available data in the dataset, determination of its structure, data visualization, and calculation of statistical indicators. Analytical analysis is the stage where the machine learning method used, namely regression, classification, clustering, are usually presented. Interpretation and visualization of the results include determining the main conclusions after analyzing the dataset and building the necessary result graph for clarity. At the stage of formulating conclusions and recommendations, the results of the data analysis are described and recommendations for the further data analysis are written. The study analyzed the effectiveness of sending letters to scientists to the feedback they received in the form of reviewing the journal using the following steps presented in the table. Let us describe the detailed stage of data analysis of the obtained dataset for a scientific journal, Journal of Age Computing. In the first stage, it was necessary to form the required dataset. For this purpose, a table with many records was built from the data collected daily in the above form. At the end of the month, we manually cleaned the dataset and deleted those records with undeliverable email addresses from the table. The final dataset for further analysis is shown in the form of a data table consisting of the 4 columns, namely country number, country name, country of, a number of letters sent to scientists from this country, mailings, and number of journals received from this country visitors. The first records of the resulting table are shown in the slide. In the next stage, we will conduct a descriptive analysis of the available dataset and display the descriptive statistics. The presentation of such statistics will contribute to a better understanding of the available data. For numerical columns of data, the minimum and maximum values will be displayed, which allows you to understand the range of data values, medians, means, and quartiles of data. If you look at the results, you can see that in the mailings and visitor columns, the values of the first and third quartiles are small and close, which means that most of the values in these columns are in this range, and this is confirmed by the interquartile range for these columns. Let us look at the maximum values of these columns. We see that they are significantly large, indicating that there are so-called outliers of the data. In order to visually verify the preliminary results of the study, we will build a dot plot of the data distribution by country based on the number of letters sent and received journal views. Looking at the obtained diagram in the slide, it was found that there was the most significant emission in terms of the number of sent letters are observed in China, India, the United States, which may be due to a sufficiently large number of users since these countries are the largest in terms of population in the dataset, and the particularly of this active behavior on the network and access to it. In terms of the results of log views, outliers were found in India, Nigeria, the United States, and Ukraine. India, Nigeria, and the United States are countries with large population, which automatically increase the potential scientific audience of the journal, and there is also a different rate of growth in the level of education and interest in scientific research. As for Ukraine, the scientific validity for the research, the accessible form of presentation, and the credibility of the authors of publication can contribute to the journal's popularity. In order to understand the distribution of data in mailings and visitors, it's advisable to build box plots that reflect the distribution of data in these columns and their variability and asymmetry. So we can summarize that both of these columns have similar values, the distribution are similar and skewed, outliers are presented, and we need to calculate the standard deviation for these countries to determine the variability of the data. Let us take a look at the list of countries with a conversion rate of more than 100%. Thus, there are scientists from those countries who spent much more time sending letters that received a positive result in the form of journal views, which should be considered in the future. As a follow-up to the above analysis, it's advisable to see a statistical significance test such as the t-test to compare the mean values of the two countries' columns mailings and visitors to determine whether there is a statistically significant difference between the number of views and the number of mailings or conversion rate in different countries. The calculation allow us to draw the following conclusions. The value of the t-statistic is small, which indicates the acceptance of the null hypothesis, namely the closeness of the average result of the two columns and the absence of a significant difference between them, which is also confirmed by the value of the p-value coefficient. After clustering the k-means method, the following results were obtained, which allowed us to divide the countries into three clusters based on the number of letters sent and views to the journal. Each cluster has its characteristics, which allows us to contribute the level of interest of scientists from different countries in this journal. The first cluster, green triangles, includes countries where the number of letters sent and visits to the journal is small, which indicates a low level of interest of scientists in the journal's topics. Figures show that there are very few mailings and accordingly few visits. In the countries of this cluster, the journal's promotion activities are likely to be ineffective, so it may be worth reviewing the journal promotion strategy. In these countries are focusing on the audience from other clusters. The second cluster, blue square, on the contrary, includes countries with abnormally high values either in the number of mailings or in the number of visits. So you can see that in some countries, USA and Ukraine, the interest in the journal is high with a small number of mailings, and in some countries, India and China, on the contrary, it is low, so we don't see the experience of sending mailings to these countries in the future. So for the countries in this class, a more detailed analysis is likely to be required to understand the reasons for such deviation for the general trend, and it may be necessary to adjust the strategy for each country separately. The third cluster, red squares, red circles, includes countries with average values that reflect both a high level of interest in the journal, for example, countries such as Austria and the Netherlands, Turkey, Malaysia, etc., and the low level of interest, for example, Australia, Canada, Pakistan, etc. Also, it includes countries such as Poland and Nigeria, to which no mailings were made. The countries in this cluster are the most heterogeneous in terms of interests, so to build an effective journal promotion strategy, it is necessary to further segment this cluster by other criteria such as language, region, scientific interest, etc. The study conducted a comprehensive analysis of the dataset collected from the mailings list by the scientific journal Journal-Page Computing editors, which was aimed at establishing the effectiveness of electronic invitations sent to foreign and domestic researchers for reviewing and further publication. It revealed the list of countries of residence of researchers who have expressed interest in the journal. We can state that there is a positive correlation. Ideas the most invitations were sent, the higher the number of visits of the journal. In some countries there is a very high or low interest in the journal, so the analysis highlighted the differences in the level of involvement of scientists from different countries in reviewing the journal. As for the results obtained from the data clustering, countries were grouped into appropriate clusters depending on the level of interest of scientists. For the future, a linear model was built to predict the preliminary result of the interest of scientists from different countries, which will allow the journal's editorial board to attract more interest countries and effectively conduct a marketing campaign to attract scientists. To carry out the studies, the R programming language and various statistical methods were used to clean the data, conduct descriptive analytical data analysis, and build visualization which allow for efficient and detailed analysis with the required results. Thus, the study has shown the effectiveness of the measures taken to send out electronic invitations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, question. Oh, we have some question in the chat from the first question, Olha Fedorova, please.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, for your question. Thank you very much. I will answer the first question, Olga Fedorova and Vasily Aleksiuk. The presented analysis can be used as a basis for studying the effectiveness of promotion of other scientific journals. but with certain limitation and the need for adaptation. For example, there may be other metrics of access effectiveness, count of article downloads, citation act. You can analyze the promotion channels, social media, scientific databases, conferences, identify the target audience and its needs. We also note that each scientific journal has its own specifics, topics, prestige levels, goals. Therefore, there is no one-size-fits-all approach to analyzing the effectiveness of scientific journal promotion. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Next question.
Next question.
From Andrii Mozghalovich Striuk. Next question was.
Andrii Mozghalovich, no. Serhii Alexeyevich. I'm back to the chat and question from.
I will try to ask my question. According to the message from Vasil Petrovich, the Journal of a Computer is one of few journals indexed in database and logic programming. It's incorrect. It's only journal, only Ukrainian journal indexed is in such a database. But my questions is regarding analyze techniques that you use. Traditionally, have some correlation. According to your data analysis, we have a strong correlation between email invitations and immediate views. Tetiana Anatolievna demonstrated it me in person that statistics of the selected country when in some minutes when the letter arrived to the according address increasing. Almost all view in a minute after receiving the letter. But we have a big idea. Don't momentum enter to the journal system, but longitude increase of journal visibility. Such that attention will be not a one only attention, but a regular attention to view archive issues or even to submit the paper. What about correlations, longitudinal correlations between the set of emails to selected countries, authors, etc., and following submission, paper submission in the journal? This is the most interesting question.
Can I answer? Yes, Serhii Alexeyevich. This problem we didn't research, and this may be a future research about our journal. In our research, we українською скажу, щоб швидше було.
In this research, you investigations, the journal visibility as number of views.
Yes.
but your paper topic is a journal promotion. Journal promotion for scientific publishing. It's not only views, but submissions. As editor-in-chief, you need for a sustainable a set of papers that guarantee a regular issue just in time, etc. So, regarding longitude involvements, you just not try to research it.
Yes, we will be do this in our future research.
And some question regarding your visualization. I see a set of dots clusterizing accordingly, but we have some dots in just some distance is such dots which you clusterize it. Probably during visualization you can use another techniques, for example logarithmic scale, etc., to show your cluster in really, or maybe you will use principal component analysis to make your dimension quite low, up 2 or even up 1 in a wild scale, where we can see attractiveness of the journal, scale of attractiveness regarding the number and direction of emails that were sent. And last, it's probably, I don't know, it will be a question or it will be a remark. Today, your journal is use a diamond open access publication model. According to the latest research in the Nature journal, this publication model and the affiliation with the university is a traditional model for the university or society journal for the global south. For the global south, that most of journals are not indexes in Scopus, Web of Science, etc. In difference with the Golden Billion and other. At this moment, how you can categorize your journal by the author involvement? It's a Ukrainian journal, or it's a European journal, it's a global south journal with attractiveness to the assets from Africa, Asia, Australia, South America, or it's probably the real international journal. What's your current classification by the your author portfolio?
Thank you for your interesting question. I can share the screen and look at our journal, and we have authors from many countries, and I think that is international journal because we have authors from USA, we have authors from Bangladesh, we have authors from what? And from Ukraine also. And I think that we don't European journal, we also is international journals.
Rather international journals, and I hope you will try to support this balance to the edge computing journals to be the really international journal.
We hope to. Thank you.
Thank you, Tetiana Anatolyevna. And another questions regarding this research? No questions. We almost just in time, 2 minutes according to our conference program. I'm happy to present the talk of Vasyl Petrovich Oleksiuk and his team. Development of the student simulated game from concept to code. I would like to indicate that according to the internal evaluation of program committee, this paper in top 5 papers by the workshop committee rankings. So, Vasyl Petrovich, who will be presenting?
First of all, it's very pleasure for some quality, some high evaluation of our paper, and I ask to present one of the authors of our research. He is a master student of Ternopil National Pedagogical University, majoring in computer science specialty. I asked to present Melnik Petrov.
Thank you very much, Vasyl Petrovich. I know that your university, not your university, your department, computer science department, had at least 2 or 3 programs, both in computer science and secondary education. I remember that you started some years ago a computer science program in game development. Is this program live and we are really now seeing some results of this program? Or its program is presented by the master students in secondary education?
That's right. Our presenter is master student on computer science program, yes, master program. And,
excellent. So we will see the master.
Yes, I hope. Thank you. Petro, is it here?
Yes, I hear.
Yes, welcome.
Okay, if you don't mind, I will be a narrator and my mate Denis Juga will show you a presentation. Okay, dear workshop participants, let us introduce our research. It is dedicated to educational games. The purpose of this research is development of a simulator game for studying computer science disciplines. Our objectives of the study are review the existing analog of projected game, select tools for development, design a model of the game application, and describe and analyze the main stages of development. We analyzed the existing analogs of our project, such as those shown on the slide. After conducting the research, we were able to identify 4 main phases of creating a game simulator: design specification, system analysis, game design, and construction and transfer. After analyzing the data, we choose Godot engine as a main tool for developing our game because of its
simplicity, and accessibility. To work with 3D graphics, we choose a multifunctional open source tool, Blender. We choose Firebase, a service from Google, to work with the server part. We designed the structure of the game using UML diagrams and choose GDScript as a main programming language for fast and efficient development. Tests were carried out both manually and on users receiving quick feedbacks. When player entering the game, the first thing he sees is the authorization system. The user can use it to create an account in our system and log in into an existing one. When registering, the player fills out a form in which he needs to specify his nickname, role, email, and password. After registration in the Firestore database, a player's own document with his or her game data and achievement is created. The main game process takes place in 3D locations, which the user is given control over a virtual player to explore. The player's main capabilities are moving in space using the keyboard, controlling the camera direction with the mouse, and interacting with the surrounding objects he has his eyes on. There are many students' game locations in the game, which you can see on this slide. One of the interactive games in our project was a game where you, as a player, had to find tablets in different audiences. Each of the tables contains a riddle that will earn score for the correct solution. Each player in our game has their own score that they earn by completing various tasks. These scores are stored on the server and linked to the player account. The player can see the result of all the players in the form of a leaderboard, as well as see their own position within it. Our game also features a virtual operating system called Panda OS, where the player can run various built-in applications and games. To run it, the player must go to a computer in any classroom and interact with it. A key application available on our operating system is the Bamboo Plus programming language program. The player learns the logical basic through visual programming with blocks. The training is divided into lectures. Each lecture has reading materials and a task to be completed to move on. After a successful completion, new blocks are unlocked and the player and the progress is saved on the server. Despite the task completed, our project still has a lot of potential for improvement. For example, using artificial intelligence technologies to provide game tips and analyze the effectiveness of player learning, or introducing a full-fledged multiplayer mode so that students can meet each other. We can also potentially integrate our app with learning management system like Moodle, which would allow teachers to check student progress and even add new tasks themselves. To sum up, we have created an interactive application that allows you to learn many computer disciplines and live the life of a student in a game style. All the main tasks were completed. Also, there is still a lot of room for improvement. That's all for now. Thank you for attention. Maybe you have some questions.
Yes, we always have a lot of questions. Your paper really have not only a room, but a house and probably even city of improvement. Thank you. Your presentations is quite compact according to your paper. Could you please clarify some moments that indicated? For example, on slide 12 and 30, you highlight the development of Panda OS virtual operating system and Bamboo Blues visual programming languages. No, first of all, while we need to invent bicycle again, so you can write in Blockly, in Scratch, and other similar language. Why the needness of new language, new virtual operation system, and all of them are only in this simulator? It's a question to you, and a question to Vasil Petrovich. The second part, Vasil Petrovich, what exam elaboration the pedagogical design considerations that might integrating such components that new operation system, new Blockly like language, in terms of making them both educational and engaging to the students. Can you say it's really useful in terms of engagement and educational results? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Serhii Alexeyevich. It's really not simple question, but we use new elements of games such as virtual operational system or programming environment according to some things. First of all, the design of students simulator was developed by a student of computer science specialty in collaboration with me and my postgraduate student. And the idea of game was discussion by all of our project participants. Regarding pedagogical goals and its achievement, the question is very topical, but we see some problems in implementing in new programming project existing learning tools such as Blockly or others. Maybe these tools is more familiar for gamers as well, but the new elements have reason about gamers' engagement and motivation.
Computer science students, real engagement and to make your own operations. The own programming language. It's a real engagement.
Maybe it's some funny, but it's real, and we hope that game is advertisement or maybe used with advertisement and promote purposes for our
specialty in Vladimir Vychuzhanin University.
freshman students. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Vasily Petrovich. Ask for any program, I'm sorry, ask any for computer scientists to make a new operation system, make new programming language is a grail. Holy Grail, sorry. And for educational research, the Holy Grail is to make a model of students and try to automate our involvement educational and other attacks on the student's brain to achieve our desired teaching goals, not only his or her learning goals. And for the almost 7 decades, we have some techniques to make a student model. First of all, it's different system of different equations. Let's be starting network models. Today, the concept of adaptive learning is quite development on the neural networks and even the large language models. Your young colleague, indicated in conclusions that the good prospects is using of AI. Which kind of artificial intelligence in the prospects for your further investigations? They are really interesting.
Okay. For example, we can add to our game like some kind of maybe ChatGPT or that kind of AI for helping in some project apps like Bamboo Plus. For example, he can ask him for some help in some questions in built-in in our game, especially in some very specific, for example. Or he can maybe analyze how efficiency player study, for example, how many times he log in and how many hours he playing, and maybe give him visit information tips for maybe he can play some game for not study but for rest, and then go on with study, and maybe give him some pauses with study, and artificial intelligence it can help with analyze this all information.
Or maybe to produce the endless gameplay with dynamic generation. A lot of ways to involve AI in your project. But we have some other questions from Andrii Mozghalov. Andrii Mozghalov, your question, please.
Well, some little question. Why did you choose to create a 3D game? What are specific game mechanics that imply full 3 dimension?
Okay, first of all, when we developed this game, we have a lot of ideas, and honestly, we not introduce all of them in our game. For example, maybe part of this mechanic was created, but mechanic creating computer from like parts that students can learn different parts of PC like RAM or GPU and so on. But and maybe some more other mechanics. But 3D world in general is maybe for me like more interesting, and maybe you feel more like student life feel. I don't know.
Thank you, Petro Petrovich. Three-dimensional is almost around us. In all devices, we see the three-dimensional games, etc. But another question of Andrii Nikolaevich can be some providing. You hear or you probably play in some indie games like Alice, with quite simple, almost 1D graphics, one dimensional, I think. It's not two-dimensional graphics, but an excellent gameplay. So, did you consider making things simpler from a visual point of view by making it more indie and special, like the unique graphics in style of Beavis and Butthead, etc.
Can I add something more? You asked me why I choose 3D graphics, and you asked before why I implement built-in OS. First of all, it's not full work at OS. It's more like user interface that looks like OS, and with that can run some apps with it. And for example, if I want add or implement some interesting 2D games, I can just add it to this built-in OS and just expand my game in the same time will be 2D interesting parts and 3D. And it's create a lot of opportunities for developing a game.
Three-dimensional environment in a virtual OS, you will play in the quite plain indie game. I am sorry. Thank you very much. Any other questions? No questions. Thank you again, and we will move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next presentation, I see development of an automated system for preparing manual raw material samples for discrete analysis. Nikita Krapyvnyi, вельми шановний Альберте Арамаїсовичу, Азарян Олександр Швидкий, дуже приємно бачити, Дмитро Shvets and Andriy Hrytsenko from Kryvyi National University. Nikita, you want to rehabilitate from the past exam.
Yeah, good afternoon, dear colleagues. I don't know in terms of rehabilitate what do you exactly mean, but today I want to present a little bit of our research related to my PhD dissertation. So please, 1 minute, I will share my screen and we will start. So now you should see. Okay. First of all, I want to say that it's only one part of my research, like it will be a complex system with different parts, and today I only want to present one part which already done and well tested. So the title of my work for today is Development of an Automated System for Preparing Mineral Raw Material Samples for Discrete Analysis. And this research, as you can see, was conducted by our team at Kryvyi National University. And today I want to walk through the key aspects of my work, including its novelty, methodology, and for sure practical implications. So probably let's start from short introduction. As probably some of us know, Ukraine is a home to about 20% of the world's iron ore reserves, with 26 enterprises producing various iron ore products. In Kryvyi alone, 5 mining and processing plants which extracts ore. Ensuring high precision, efficiency, and for sure cost effectiveness and operational quality control is critical, as energy costs contribute significantly to production expenses. This research addresses these challenges by developing a new automated system. What about research novelty? Research novelty, in general, we can say in 2 words, it's a gravity method. This method, based on the research results, demonstrated the following characteristic. First, its simplicity and promptness. Second one is low cost. And third one is high occupational safety. The implementation of this method was developed in the condition of the Kryvyi National University. And the first version of this device also were tested on Rudamine and LLC, but I will talk about this a little bit later. So in general, what it allows such companies as Rudamine, LLC, or ArcelorMittal Steel, with which opportunities it will provide those factories. First of all, it's improving the accuracy of mineral raw material analysis. Secondly, it should reduce the cost of sampling and analysis by eliminating expensive reagent and radioactive sources. Third point, describe a little bit the second one, and it ensuring occupational safety but excluding hazardous materials. And fourth, the last but not the least, automating the analysis process, reducing time expenses. Let's probably describe the problem. The traditional methods which are using now on ArcelorMittal and Rudamine for controlling the content of useful components in ores have several drawbacks. And this includes the use of complex technologies, expensive chemical reagents, and increased safety risk due to radioactive sources. These factors in some raise the cost and reduce the efficiency of the analysis. Our proposed gravitational method overcomes these challenges by being simpler, safer, and more economical for sure. Let's have a look what we should what have done to develop this device, like research objectives. First of all, the main objective of our research was to develop a device for discrete quality control of iron or raw materials for laboratory purposes. But then, when we tested the first version of our device on Rudamine, they also asked us about improving this process, improving performance, and also for automation. So in general, this device should enable rapid and precise measurement of iron content, particularly in oxidized hematite ores. Key tasks included, it's for sure designing a functional diagram of the device, creating an algorithm, developing the backend software, and then think about user interface for better interaction and for better understanding for people who are not familiar with complex system and just need to do their work on particular factories. So let's first of all have a look on the methodology of gravity method, because it's important to describe why this part of database is so important for us and why I'm presenting it today. The methodology for preparing a sample to investigate the feasibility of the gravitational method for quality control of mineral ore consists of the following step. First step, it's the sampling material of the 2nd millimeter class with a known chemical analysis. This means that we need to analyze all the materials first of all with nuclear, radiological, or for example ultrasonic methods to understand the content of ore and to understand the percent of iron ore, or percent of iron in the ore, sorry. Second part is we need to weigh the cuvette. Cuvette, you can see on the picture, it's on the press. It's like a special device where we put the material and then it will be pressed and weighed. The second step is filling the cuvette with material which we need to analyze. First step is weighing the cuvette with material. The next step is sealing the sample under uniform load using an oil station. About oil station, I will expand a little bit later. It's the device which we developed already. And the second step is we need to weigh the cuvette after compaction of the material and to calculate the percent of iron in the ore by the mass function we also developed. In this case, the stability of the practice size distribution of the sample, weight and volume of the cuvette is a prerequisite. To realize the goal, it is necessary to ensure uniform compaction of material along the height of the sample in the cuvette, while maintaining constant pressure for all the samples under study. To be honest, to meet the above requirements, a special automated device for sample preparation was designed and developed. So finally, let's make an overview of our system. The developed system integrates several key components. It's an oil station, you can see on the left in the picture. Dosing pump, it's already built in oil station. Hydraulic press, you can see it at the center of the picture. Microcontroller for controlling the process, it built in the remote control you can see on the table with red, green, and black button. And also sensors such as oil pressure sensor. The main idea of the developed device is to accelerate the sample preparation process and improve the stability of the measurements. Since material shrinkage during compaction takes a certain amount of time, we investigate that it's necessary to select the compaction speed in such way that the mechanical impact on the material in the cuvette is evenly distributed across the entire height, ensuring that there is enough time for this process. So this device allows for smooth regulation of pressure increasing during compaction. This was done by using the microcontrollers, especially now Arduino Nano, and oil pressure. And we write a program in C language in Arduino IDE, which allows us in real time to read the data from oil pressure sensor and to understand how compaction goes. And when the compaction, for example, for our purpose, we decided to use 3 tons. And when the compaction is at the point of 3 tons, we stop the process. And as I said, to have a good compaction, we need this compression at 3 tons to keep for some time, for example, for from 30 to 50 seconds, to compress everything to prevent to prevent holes in our analyzing materials, and then we need to open the the special device which will drop the pressure in the system, and the process will be end. So that's the general describe of our system. Also, I want to show you the system flow. It's like a flow, how it works. You see that you see the first block, which is download configuration. To be honest, this block gonna work with when the system works with other system components, like we have our hydraulic oil station for preparing the materials, and also we will have a personal computer with software for calculating, for storing, for distributing this data. And this oil station will work in pair with those computers. So first of all, when it works with the second part of our device, we need to download configuration. It's mean like we need to download mass models. We need to download on which port we're gonna listen the results of our weights, and so on. Then it's a common flow which I already described, but in language of diagram. So let's speak a little bit about results, because for me it's the most important and interesting part. Because our developed automated device for preparing mineral materials demonstrates really high efficiently scientific significance due to the following achievements. First of all, application of the method for covering bulk density to specific density eliminates the influence of our porosity and fracturing, improving analysis accuracy to 95%. This was found out in the Albov's research, Albov's works, and also approved by our laboratory test in Kryvyi National University. Also, you can see at the left, it's a picture. It's a function which describes our percent of iron based on weight. And to be honest, mean squared error, I didn't put it here. I'm sorry, but mean squared error here is 0.95, which prove that our function is really good. Second, it's we use again hydraulic press with smooth pressure regulations for ensure uniform samples compaction, minimizing error related to material shrinkage. Third, it's the device reduced sample preparation time from 30 minutes to 5 minutes, significantly accelerating analysis process and improving productivity. Also, it's eliminating the need for expensive chemical reagents and radioactive sources, makes the process safe and cost efficient. And the last one, it's increased analysis accuracy, optimizing technological process such as ore grinding and beneficial action, reducing energy costs that account for up to 50% of the final product cost for sure. And I want to say a little bit about prospect for further development, because we made a lot of researches, we made a lot of investigation. We have, as far as I remember, if I'm not mistaken, 120 materials which we analyze first and build the function for it. Also, we had 500 materials analyzed by Rudomine, by the first version of our device. And what we want to provide Rudomine LLC for sure with this second version of our device, with this oil station, which give an opportunity to him to automate this process and optimize this process. And we want to get the results and analyze these results. And based on these results, we're gonna make a decision what we need to improve in future, and how our system should be connected with each other, if it will be enough to use only oil pump and our PC like in separate way, like for in different rooms and so on, or it should be connected by the network as we already have now. That will be the question for sure, related to factory processes. I guess that's it. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open to your question for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Nikita. Please, questions, dear colleagues?
No, first of all, not a question, but a kind of remark. Nikita, you hear the similar results this workshop from our Algerian colleagues, but I hope you hear that 25% of their presentation was about mining, concrete minerals, the ways of data achievements from the satellite image, etc. And the most of all, the main part of presentation was about computer science. So we interested in not only one slide with algorithm. We interested in details. We interested in methods. We interested in the achievement of accuracy, not on the elbow and laboratory methods, but by using the specific software and hardware realization. So my questions, first of all, before questions, I would like to propose you hardly revise your paper that need to be not mining paper with a small computer science part. It's need to be a computer science paper with a mining motivation. It's a specific of our workshop and the relevant publication. So my questions in chat, you see, could you elaborate on the specific challenges you encountered during the development of the microcontroller-based system to ensure precise and consistent density measurements across different OR samples? Most interesting parts which you not highlighted in your talk.
Yeah, I got the main idea of you. I want to say that, as I said before, it's only the part of our system, and we already have, like, for, as far as I remember, 4 articles about our device, and some of them really describe what you want. It's about a server side of our application, about the microcontrollers, and so on. And in this article, we want to describe only a specific part of this system, mostly because we spend a lot of time on it. But in terms of microcontroller, I want to say that Arduino, I choose Arduino not because it is the most popular microcontroller, but because it is also a really functional one, because it has a lot, it gives us a lot of opportunities. And it has like analog inputs, it has digit inputs, and in this case,
connection problems.
Maybe.
Nikita seems to be some connection problems. Waiting for a second or two. I see Yeah.
Oh.
Nikita, you
Oh,
have.
false. Yeah, sorry, something happened with my internet connection. I'm so sorry. Yeah, as I said, we use Arduino only for 10% of its maximum performance. And if we want in future to scale, for example, our system, we can add more sensors, for example, we can add more flows. And during development, I can say that it's sometimes hard with especially Arduino when you use not Arduino modules. For example, you know that there is a lot of modules provided by Arduino for Arduino only, but you can also connect a lot of sensors and a lot of modules which not developed only for Arduino. For example, you can take every sensor you want and connect it to analog or digital input and write your own code or your own module to achieve your goals, for example. And sometimes it's really hard to force Arduino to work with such modules because, for example, some sensors can have a power, for example, at 20 volts or 24 volts, for example, and Arduino common power is 4 or 3 volts. And the process of this development is a little bit hard. That's what we faced in our system.
Thank you very much. But we will need in your paper some specificity of what Arduino models, what hardware you use it. You plan to make in the real production environment, not computer environment. It's dirt, it's water, it's any damages, etc. So your hardware must be reliable, your software must be error correctness and other parts. What work in clear laboratory, not so clear, it's got kind of dust, that can may be problematic in a real production environment of Rudomine. So, Andrii Mozghalovich have at least 2 questions, I hear.
Okay, you're welcome.
I take answer some question in process, but please tell us more about the role of the automated system. For example, how does the automated system ensure uniform compaction of samples during preparation? That's all.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good question because it depends only on us and on factory needs, for sure. Because for now, Rudomine asked us for automate this process because before we had handle press, which need to be done by people, and it was so hard and took from 20 to 30 minutes. And now we have an automatic oil pump which do it in a minute. And also we think about some intellectual system which, for example, make sure that pressure is enough or not enough, because 3 tons it's like a constant, you know, but iron ore is a specific material. It can be with difficult. It can contain different materials. It can be strong. It can be not as strong. It contains little iron, a big amount of iron. It can consist a lot of minerals. So probably 3 tons shouldn't be a constant. We want to make. We want to have more samples to like investigate for which samples we need a bigger, for example, pressure, for which samples we need lower pressure. And we also want to add some another sensors For example, now we have our weight in a separate out of our pump. We thought about something like the oil pump will pressure our sample in cuvette, and then the process of weighting cuvette will be automatical. And every data will pass to the server and then calculated and write to the database. But it's a really hard question because such development needs a lot of cost. It will take a lot of cost, and it's a question for Rudamine also and for Arcelor if they want us to develop such thing, or it will be better them to handle this cuvette and to put it on weight by some people, not in an automated way. So that's the question.
I remember the mark of my teacher, Oleksandr Pavlovich Polishchuk, the former head of Kryvyi branch of Institute of Mathematics. Blooming неисчерпаем как атом. So the automatics and automatization is really a constant problem, which produce a lot of solution and give some money to developers.
Yeah, because we can make a really complex system with a lot of sensor and fully automated, but when we provide the factory with the cost of such system, they say we don't want this device.
Thank you, Nikita. Thank you, all team. And
we have
Tigel, I don't know. We need to hurry. The next presentation. Design and
I want attention. In the chat, we have remark note from Yusuf Atalak, and I hope
yes, Nikita, the very specific question from Dr. Atala. I would like to ask if your method remains effective when applied to different types of ore, and whether it significantly improves efficiency by reducing the time required in laboratory process. Nikita, I propose to not only answer this question. Dr. Yusuf Atala and his team from Algeria can be interested in the fruitful cooperation with our laboratory. So I provide in chat both emails by Dr. Atala and you to further email and other communication in this regard. We are interested. The two only mining research, this workshop and good cooperations is welcome.
Yeah, it will be a good option to talk in person because mining it is specific, and I think that not all the participants of our conference are really interested in mining process. So let's discuss in person, I guess. Thank you.
And inter-university cooperation, first of all.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Through some minutes, I will realize it, but for our next talk should be design and implementation of a mobile health application for physical activity tracking and exercise motivation by Alexander Stepanyuk, Pavlo Merzlikin, and Yana Zheludko. Who will be presenter?
Good afternoon.
Alexander Mykolayevich.
Yes. Speaker Yana Zheludko will be absent today, but she sent a video recording of her report. I will demonstrate her report.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yana Zhelutko. I'm student Kryvyi State Pedagogical University. Today I'll discuss the design and implementation of mobile health application aimed at promoting physical activity and exercise motivation.
Mobile healthy or mHealth technologies leverage smartphones and wearables to enhance physical activity. They provide personalized support and real-time feedback, effectively improving health outcomes. However, challenges include the need for diverse research samples and a focus on long-term sustainability. This paper explored key design questions for mHealthy interventions. Research shows mHealth can increase physical activity and reduce sedentary behavior across various populations. However, studies often focus on specific groups, indicating a need for broader samples, especially among older adults. There's also a need for long-term follow-up data and the integration of theoretical framework in mHealthy design. We propose a modular architecture tailored to user needs, structured around key components like main form, T-track, T-train plan, and T-option. The system included 6 modules for core functions such as user management, tracking, planning, motivation, user interface, and synchronization. We use the model view present MVP pattern for modularity and adaptability. Each module has distinct responsibilities. Core module manage user data and interactions. Tracking module collects sensor data for real-time activity monitoring. Planning module facilitates goal setting and personalized plans. Motivation module provides feedback and rewards. User interface module ensures a user-friendly experience. Synchronization module secures data storage and integration. Implementation overview key features across modules include tracking user activity, planning workouts, and delivering motivation feedback. The tracking module allows users to set goals, create exercise plans, and receive a reminder to stay on track. The planning module allows users to set goal, create exercise plan, and receive reminders to stay on track. The motivation module includes a reward system for achieving fitness goal, progress tracking to visualize activity, social sharing features for community engagement. The user interface module focuses on design and applying and consistent interface, implementing clear navigation for easy access, ensuring fast loading times and smooth interaction. We evaluated the application effectiveness with 2 participants over 4 weeks, measuring daily steps, activity minutes, and goal achievement. We have results. Significant improvements in physical activity, positive feedback on accessibility and motivation, suggestion for social future, and better analytics. In conclusion, key findings: improvement in daily activity and user engagement, effective future-like tracking and personality plans. Future work. Conduct larger studies for generalizability, integrate machine learning for enhanced engagement, adapt features for specific population, assess impact on mental well-being and cost effectiveness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Your presentation. Dear participants, please, your questions. We have some problems with. Can I ask a question? Participant feedback highlighted the desire for additional social features, integration with other health and fitness apps, and more detailed analytics. How do you plan to address this user request in future iteration of your application? And what technical or design consideration need to be taken into account when implementing such enhancement?
Use social functions in our application. It was
probably share
possibility to share in different social networks.
We have a lot of excellent examples when tracking share in even specific social networks was used by our Ukrainian authentic researchers to indicate, for example, real persons in bodyguard of some not politic. It seems to be
celebrity.
No. Russian celebrity.
No.
No. We have some problems which from the sharing such tracks. And we have examples when authentic researchers uses these tracks to identify the real personality of bodyguards. I think it's President Biden was the problem, and other issues. How you can connect two ideas of user to sociality, social share in social networks, etc. And security of the data to the cases when personality not need to be identified or must be eliminated from network for public persons, etc.
At the user request, the card or personal data can be hidden.
Yes. Any other questions? My last questions. I remember that this application was developed during the bachelor programs by Yana Zhelutko.
Yes.
But I remember that your master research is not development to improvement this software. Who will be next assistant programmer for your Enhanced application?
Maybe next year I find a student who continue this program.
Thank you very much. So I don't see any other question, nor in chat, nor in voice, neither in voice, sorry. And we will need to move forward. Our next presentation, designing and evaluation of affordable Arduino-Based lie detector prototype. Stanislav Pravitsky, Pavlo Merzvikin, and Oleksandr Stepanyuk. Who will be presenter?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Pavlo Vladimirovich, I happy you this fucking certificate. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You too feel bad at our stream.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join earlier, unfortunately. I'd like to present our report in behalf of the group of authors. In fact, it should be said that Stanislav Pravitsky was basically the main contributor of this project because it was it started as his bachelor thesis, but unfortunately he's not able to join us today, so I will present it in behalf of our group. Let's begin from the history of lie detectors. The interests in lie detection started, the mass interest in lie detection started maybe from a very famous case, so-called St. Valentine's Day massacre. It was an accident, well, not like accident. In fact, the gang of Al Capone gang in Chicago killed a group of representatives of other gangster gang, Irish, I believe. They practiced bootlegging or whatever other illegal activities. Anyway, but it was very, very like very loud news, very it started the interest in lie detection, and the laboratory at Northwestern University launched after this case. And Leonard Keeler was a person who popularized this approach, and in fact make it brought it into like low case usage, legal usage. On the picture, you can see the typical advertisement poster of the time. A sexy lady with attached electrodes, and Leonard Keeler himself practicing some making some experiments. He actively used the gender stereotypes that suggested that women lie more than men, and used it in his advertisement of such devices. If we return to modern state of the art, what trends we can see in this area?
The first one is now we have more complex diagnostics tools like MRI. So there are researchers that measured the activities of different brain areas which are more or less active during lying. So now we have more detailed data regarding these processes. Another trend is the use of machine learning, which is well, overhyped today, let's say it, but the results show not very high accuracy, as you can see, and our research as well. I'll return to it. And another aspect of this problem is ethical and legal debates. In several countries, it is prohibited to use lie detectors by private employers. For example, in USA, there is a Polygraph Protection Act, and in some other countries, we can see similar legal rules. And restrictions. With the development of DIY electronics, it became pretty much affordable, and we saw many reports of building regarding building a lie detector from cheap, accessible electronics like Arduino and other DIY sensors and hardware, but we haven't seen a proper evaluation of such devices, so we decided to design our own and to test it. On the picture you can see one of them, not ours, but it uses Arduino hard sensor and Arduino on the board, the most popular DIY board maybe. So what we used in our prototype, it was also Arduino on the board, just because it's the most popular one. The temperature and humidity sensor, SHT20, which is also very popular. A pulse sensor, which is a basic Arduino pulse sensor, which is a pretty much messy piece of hardware if you ever try to use it, because it contains basically the infrared LED and infrared receiver. It's not really precise, to be honest. And we used an external ADC because Arduino ADC has a resolution just 10 bits resolution, because it's a resolution of Atmega microcontroller series. So we had to use an external one to increase the resolution of ADC. The software contained an Arduino sketch, which basically just collected data. We had an external data collection program, which saved readings and with true and lie labels, and then we trained a model to classify data sequences that we read from sensor and try to indicate when a person saying truth or when he or she lies. The questionnaire consisted of 20 questions. Some of them you can see on this slide. It's a mix of true and false questions. Some of them maybe like I don't know, a trap question, which every person should say. Well, the answer is obvious, like like in psychological tests and the questions that that have a certain answer. As for results, as I said, the results are not really impressive, and this picture maybe demonstrate them. In fact, we have the maximum true statements accuracy was just slightly more than 50%. In fact, it corresponds to other reports that used machine learning approach and like similar sensors. What challenges and what could be done? So the short answer to the question if an affordable lie detector from Arduino toolkits could be built, the short answer is no. The long answer is not yet or not exactly, because there are some obstacles and challenges. The first one is collecting a large and more varied training data set. We have to evaluate more persons. It's not very easy because of ethical reasons. You cannot just attach electrodes and sensors to people. It's sort of medical research. It should be done properly, so it's currently it's complicated. Another one is playing with the neural network itself and tuning it. The next one is using additional sensors, or maybe more precise sensors, because as I said, we used the most, I'd say, mainstream sensors that are widely accessible. The last note is personalizing models, because people probably behave in different ways when lying, and in fact even when they know they are examined, and when they don't know they are examined, so the reactions might be different. So probably the training should be personalized, and it's a direction of maybe further researches. So that is basically all I wanted to report today. It's pretty much early results, as you can see. Should you have any questions, I will be glad to answer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, please, your questions. This very interesting project, very interesting research with many direction development.
And probably the problems of the lie identification can be connected with if a really lie detector is reliable for the lie detection. We have some controversy regarding some setups to detect lie. I see it seems to be you and your team done their best to provide such results. Almost 60% of the detection. According to the literature, 65 is real results for the production setups from the according to the literature. We have a question.
Да, the question coordinate with this remark. What specific improvement do you believe would be most promising in increasing the system
accuracy?
Other particular psychological, physiological sensors or machine learning techniques you considered for future iterations?
Thank you for the question. As I said, for this first prototype, we used the most, the most popular hardware. Yes, Arduino itself, as I noted, it has just 8-bit microcontroller, and the ADC has very poor performance, and it has very low resolution. So I would say we'll need a microcontroller with better ADC to increase the resolution and better performance. Maybe I'm thinking about ARM or RISC-V, maybe microcontrollers. As for sensors, the sensor we used for as a heart rate sensor, it is not extremely precise. It is not even medical sensor, so it is just a learning toy, let's say. So yeah, I think we should use more professional sensors as well as a more powerful chip. So nearly everything should be reprototyped to increase maybe to move it some way forward.
Well, for future, I wonder, it's possible to integrate your development into smart device like Apple Watch, fitness bracelet.
Okay.
Set of sensors and related hardware to process.
I see, like a wearable. You mean like a wearable device? Well, maybe. Not sure about Apple Watch if it has open documentation, which is enough to get reliable data. But maybe some open source wearable prototyping platforms, I think, could be used. Maybe. Maybe some there are popular edge computing platforms and boards that could run a neural network on the hardware. Maybe it's another direction of improvement.
Thank you, Pavlo Vladimirovich. As a co-editor of the Journal of Edge Computing, I'm happy to invite you and your team to submit the extended, at least on the 30 patents, your conference papers as a journal article in our journal. I would be happy to present your research in the journal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's not so much to present right now, but is as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was informed that now in Ukraine or in our cities the red alert. My great desire to all of them stay in safe. So if you in danger zone, you can connect later. But we will try to move forward. Our the next talk, a web-based Kanban application for enhanced agile project management practice. Natalia Moisenko, Mikhailo Moisenko, and Diana Lubinsova. I'm sorry, I skipped it.
Skipped an interactive online trainer for primary school computer science education, design, implementation, theoretical foundation.
By Alina Zhdanyuk, Olena Tarasova, Mikhailo Moisenko, and Oleksandr Shvydkyi. I'm sorry.
Please.
Dear colleagues, I'm Oleksandr Shvydkyi from Kryvyi State Pedagogical University. Today, I'm presenting our research titled An Interactive Online Trainer for Primary School Computer Science Education, Design, Implementation, and Theoretical Foundations, which was conducted in collaboration with my colleagues Alina Zhdanyuk, Olena Tarasova, and Mikhailo Moisenko at Kryvyi State Pedagogical University. Today, I'll be discussing our development of an interactive online trainer designed to address the growing need for effective computer science education at the primary school level. Our system combines game-based learning approaches with multimedia elements and self-regulated learning principles to create an engaging learning environment for young students. This integration is particularly crucial as we see an increasing need for digital literacy skills in today's technology-driven world. The system we have developed represents a significant step forward in making computer science education more accessible and enjoyable for primary school students. Our research had several key objectives. We aim to develop an interactive online trainer specifically tailored for primary school CS education, document its design principles and architecture, explore its theoretical foundations, and create a comprehensive evaluation plan to assess its effectiveness. These objectives were carefully chosen to ensure our system would not only be pedagogically sound, but also practical and implementable in real classroom settings. The focus on documentation and evaluation reflects our commitment to creating a sustainable and scalable solution. What motivated our research? We identified several critical challenges in primary school CS education. Many primary schools lack teachers with adequate CS knowledge, and there's a significant shortage of age-appropriate learning resources. Additionally, making CS concepts engaging and accessible for young learners presents a unique challenge that traditional teaching methods often struggle to address. These challenges are particularly acute in regions with limited resources and technical infrastructure. Our research aims to bridge these gaps by providing a comprehensive, accessible solution. Our trainer's design is grounded in several theoretical foundations. We incorporated constructivist learning theory, which emphasizes active knowledge construction. We also integrated game-based learning and gamification elements to enhance engagement. The system design follows multimedia learning principles and supports self-regulated learning, allowing students to progress at their own pace. This theoretical framework ensures that our system isn't just technologically advanced, but is built on proven educational principles. The integration of these theories creates a robust foundation for effective learning. The system's design principles prioritize the learner's experience. We implemented a learner-centered design approach, emphasizing interactivity and incorporating gamification features. The system uses multimedia-rich content and provides scaffolded learning support to guide students through increasingly complex concepts. These principles were carefully selected based on extensive research into primary school education and child development. The design also considers different learning styles and abilities, ensuring inclusivity. From a technical perspective, we built the trainer using a client-server architecture. The front end is web-based, using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, making it accessible across different devices and platforms through standard web browsers. This architecture ensures optimal performance while maintaining flexibility and scalability. The system's responsive design adapts to different screen sizes and device capabilities, making it truly accessible to all users. The system features three main types of interactive activities. The image-text matching activity helps students develop visual recognition and vocabulary skills. The puzzle assembly activity promotes spatial reasoning and problem-solving abilities. Finally, multiple-choice quizzes provide immediate feedback and help assess comprehension of CS concepts. Each activity type was carefully designed to complement the others, creating a comprehensive learning experience. The immediate feedback system helps maintain student engagement while promoting understanding. Content development was a collaborative effort involving primary school teachers and CS education experts. We organized the content into modular units, each focusing on specific concepts, ensuring alignment with curriculum objectives and supporting progressive learning. This collaborative approach ensured that the content was both technically accurate and pedagogically appropriate. The modular structure allows for easy updates and customization based on specific educational needs. To evaluate the system's effectiveness, we've designed a mixed methods quasi-experimental study involving 180 students from 3 schools. We'll use both experimental and control groups, collecting data through various instruments, including pre- and post-tests, surveys, interviews, and classroom observations. This comprehensive evaluation approach will provide both quantitative and qualitative insights into the system's effectiveness. The multi-school approach ensures our results will be representative across different educational contexts. Through this evaluation, we expect to measure learning gains, assess student engagement and motivation, and identify patterns in student experiences that can inform future improvements to the system. These outcomes will be crucial for refining and optimizing the trainer for broader implementation. The data collected will also contribute to the broader field of educational technology research. Our research has several important implications for CS education. It demonstrates the feasibility of interactive, game-based learning approaches, provides a model for educational technology design, and supports the integration of CS education in primary schools. These implications extend beyond just computer science education, potentially influencing how we approach digital literacy education more broadly. The system's design principles could be adapted for other educational domains. In conclusion, our interactive online trainer represents a significant step forward in primary school CS education. By combining solid theoretical foundations with practical design considerations, we believe this system has the potential to transform how CS is taught at the primary school level. The system's flexibility and scalability make it a valuable tool for educators worldwide. We're excited about the potential impact this could have on early CS education and look forward to further developing and refining the system based on our evaluation results. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, please questions. I want to ask you, what is the role of the teacher in the proposed system?
Role of teacher is teacher prepared materials for this system and after analyze the results of students.
In the process of learning, well, thank you. Please, questions? No. Thank you very much for your presentation. Some change in the schedule. Next presentation, it's design and evaluation of personalized digital mathematics tutor for grade 6 learners. Please, Svetlana Vakaliuk, Andrii Mozghalov.
Hello. Can I present my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Everything okay?
Yes.
So, dear attendees, I'm pleased to present you a report on topic of design and evaluation of personalized digital mathematics tutor for grade 6 learners. Mathematics education is essential for cognitive development and academic success in grade 6. Fundamental concepts and problem-solving skills at this stage build foundation for the future learning. A key challenge is providing personalized assessment and feedback to address diverse student needs. Traditional methods may not reflect individual strengths, potentially hindering progress. Technology offers promising solutions for enhancing assessment and engagement. To develop research objective, to develop and evaluate an interactive mathematics assessment tool for grade 6 students using Python and custom Kinter. Key research questions. How can an automated system generate adaptive questions and provide personalized feedback? What impact does adaptive assessment have on problem-solving skills and academic performance? How can Python and custom Kinter create an engaging and user-friendly interface for the tool? Numerous studies have explored the development and implementation of mathematics assessment tools for grade 6 students. Hryshanovych and Noel proposed an online assessment system called Mathematical Profile Test, MathPro Test, that evaluates a wide range of numerical skills in primary school children. The tool includes 80 students covering a core number, domains, visual spatial abilities, memory, and reasoning. The authors found that the MathPro test exhibited satisfactory internal consistency and correlated significantly with standardized mathematics achievements tests across all grades. Similarly, the Dietrichson et al. Conducted a systematic review of targeted school-based interventions for improving reading and mathematics performance in grades K6. The meta-analysis revealed that per-assisted instruction and small group instruction by adults were the most effective strategies for enhancing students' mathematical skills. The authors emphasized the importance of designing interventions that adapt to the specific needs of each age group and learner profile. The proposed mathematics assessment tool is designed to provide an interactive and personalized learning experience for grade 6 students. The system aims to generate adaptive questions, offering immediate feedback and track students' progress in real time. The architecture of the mathematics assessment tool consists of three main components: the test generator, the user interface, and the student performance tracker. A figure in frame on screen illustrates the high-level architecture of this system. That's it. The test generator is responsible for creating adaptive questions based on the student's performance and the difficulty level selected. It utilizes a pool of predefined questions and set algorithms to generate new questions dynamically. That's it. The user interface component handles the presentation of questions, user input, and feedback display. The user interface of mathematics assessment tool built using Python and custom Kinter module, and is designed to be intuitive, engaging, and visually appealing. The student performance tracker maintains a record of the student's responses, accuracy, and progress over time. It provides valuable insights into the student's strengths and weaknesses, allowing for targeted interventions and personalized recommendations. Quasi-experimental research design was employed to evaluate the effectiveness of the proposed mathematics assessment tool. The study involved two groups of grade 6 students: an experimental group that used the adaptive assessment tool and control group that received traditional classroom instruction and assessment. The independent variables was the type of assessment adaptive tool with traditional, while the dependent variables included students' problem-solving skills, attitudes towards mathematics, and overall academic achievement. This study aimed to develop and evaluate an adaptive mathematics assessment tool for grade 6 students using Python and custom Kinter. The key findings of the study are as follows. First, the adaptive assessment tool provided personalized feedback and recommendations based on students' individual strengths and weaknesses, leading to a reduction in the average number of attempts required to solve problems correctly. Second, the tool enhanced students' attitudes towards mathematics, particularly in terms of enjoyment and confidence, as evidenced by significantly greater improvements in the experimental group compared to the control group. And third, the integration of Python and custom Kinter enabled the creation of an engaging and user-friendly interface with 85% of students finding the tool easy to use, and 90% reporting that the interface was motivated. While the study results demonstrate the potential of the adaptive mathematics assessment tool, several limitations should be acknowledged. First, the sample size was relatively small and limited to a single school district, which may limit the generalizability of the findings. Future research should replicate the study with larger and more diverse student populations. Second, this study didn't examine the long-term effects of the adaptive assessment tool on students' mathematics performance and attitudes. Longitudinal research is needed to investigate whether the tool's benefits persist over time and translate into improved academic outcomes in later grades. Finally, the current version of assessment tool focus primarily on grade 6 mathematics concepts. Future developments should expand the content coverage to include higher grade levels, more advanced mathematical topics such as algebra and geometry. There are a lot of directions of future work. One promising avenue is to integrate machine learning techniques to further enhance adaptive capabilities of the assessment tool. Another direction for future research is to expand the tool's content coverage to include higher grade levels and more advanced mathematical topics such as algebra, geometry, and calculus. Additionally, the user interface could be enhanced with more interactive features such as graphing tools and simulations to support exploration of complex mathematical concepts. So, thank you for your attention. That's all.
Thank you very much. Please, questions.
I have questions, or at least one question. I see some preliminary stage of your software during some official what's CB, bachelor thesis defense, etc. You indicate that potential future directions like deep learning, for example, reinforcement learning algorithm. At this moment, you ask master students that I think to be mastering in deep learning. Yeah, I hope you master in deep learning.
And to be.
You can compare the current limitation of your tool and related challenges that can be overperformed by the real adaptive learning. So my questions in chat, given the current limitation of the tool, what specific challenge do you anticipate in implementing these advanced deep learning-like adaptive capabilities, particularly in terms of collecting sufficient training data, where this data, how this data can be collected, and ensuring the accuracy of performance predictions.
The data can be get out of speak children and teacher in these tests during classical learning. So we can
Andrii, I'm
and
sorry. In classical deep learning models and while using reinforcement learning, we need a lot of data. Your real teacher practice, you work with one or two classes, and you can get a needful amount of data to train a classical deep learning model. Probably it will be useful to use some pre-training model to fine-tuning with your data. What do you think?
Might be. So what I mean, we can collect data from recorded meetings of teacher and children. That's I mean. Another another way how we can use AI, we can implement the ChatGPT or another in this module through the API. And then children can himself ask question to this. Currently on this test.
The answer with a voice of teacher, correct?
Maybe.
Thank you, thank you. Any other questions? No questions. Thank you, Andrii. Thank you, Svetlana. We have next talk, a web-based Kanban application for enhancing agile project management practice. I'm sorry, who the authors teams? Authors team Natalia Moisenko, Mikhailo Moisenko, and Diana Lubensova. As it was announced earlier. So, who will be presenter?
Good evening, I'm presenter. One second.
If you share a video presentation, you need to also share sound.
Sorry, can you help me?
One moment, try to one more time. When you select to share your screen, you need to find checkbox, share sound. One checkbox, something to enhance a video format, don't need. Share sound.
I tried. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalia Moisenko, and I am pleased to present our research, a web-based Kanban application for enhancing management practices. In recent years, agile project management. Sorry, I repeat. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalia Moisenko, and I am pleased to present our research, a web-based Kanban application for enhancing agile project management practices. In recent years, agile project management methodologies have gained significant traction.
Almost not here.
Ability to adapt to rapidly changing business environment.
Andrii Mozghalov, can you try to start from your side? You have.
I have not video recording.
In Viber chat, I just sent.
One moment, please.
We will try from our side.
I cannot.
Probably I can.
Maybe it's.
We have no access. Natalia Volodymyrovna.
Sorry. One second. Right now.
One moment, we will repeat.
Yes, I have access. I can.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, it's sound in the
Yes.
record video.
Record too low. So probably I will try to make some kind of over amplification or not. Natalia Vladimirovna, I propose that we start this video and you start your speech instead of the live records. Instead of records, we will have a combine of the records and live presentation. So, Andriy Mykolaievich, let's start the video, and Natalia Volodymyrovna, let's start your talk.
It not has sense. I demonstrate my presentations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I'm not ready for this.
We can change presentation with next speaker.
No, 1 minute and.
Oh. All right.
Excellent. Let's start.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalia Moiseyenko, and I am pleased to present our research, a web-based Kanban application for enhancing agile project management practices. In recent years, agile project management methodologies have gained significant traction across various industries due to their ability to adapt to rapidly changing business environments and deliver value incrementally. As organizations increasingly embrace agile approaches, there is a growing need to understand the key concepts, tools, and practices that contribute to successful agile project management. Oh. Agile project management has its roots in the software development industry, where the need for flexibility and adaptability in the face of rapidly changing requirements led to the creation of the Agile Manifesto in 2001. The manifesto outlines 4 core values and 12 principles that prioritize individuals and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, and responding to change. These values and principles have since been adopted and adapted across various industries, leading to the development of numerous agile methodologies, such as Scrum, Kanban, and extreme programming. Agile project management differs significantly from traditional plan-driven approaches, such as the waterfall model. While traditional project management emphasizes extensive upfront planning, documentation, and sequential execution of phases, agile methodologies focus on iterative and incremental delivery, cross-function collaboration, and continuous improvement. Agile teams work in short iterations, typically lasting 2-4 weeks, allowing for regular feedback and adaptation based on customer input and changed requirements. This approach enables organizations to deliver value faster, reduce risks, and respond more effectively to market dynamics compared to traditional project management methods. While agile project management originated in the software development domain, its principles and practices have been successfully applied across various industries, including construction, manufacturing, and services. Scrum and Kanban are 2 of the most widely adopted agile project management methodologies. Scrum is an iterative and incremental agile framework that focuses on delivering value through time-boxed iteration called sprints. It emphasizes cross-functional teams, regular meetings, daily stand-ups, sprint planning, and retrospectives, and the use of artifacts such as product backlogs and burn-down charts to track progress. Kanban is lean-inspired agile methodology that focuses on visualizing workflow, limiting work in progress, and continuously improving the process. In table summarizes the key characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of Scrum and Kanban methodologies. The choice between Scrum and Kanban depends on various factors such as project size, complexity, team composition, and organizational culture. Agile project management tools play a crucial role in supporting the implementation and execution of agile practices. Trello is a web-based Kanban-style project management tool that offers a simple and intuitive interface for organizing and tracking tasks. It uses boards, lists, and cards to represent projects, stages, and tasks, respectively, allowing teams to collaborate and visualize their workflow easily. Jira is a powerful and flexible agile project management tool developed by Atlassian, widely used in software development and other industries. It supports various agile methodologies, including Scrum and Kanban, and offers extensive features for easier tracking, reporting, and integration with other tools. Worksection is a cloud-based project management tool that combines agile and traditional project management features, making it suitable for a wide range of projects and industries. It offers Kanban boards, Gantt charts, and resource management functionalities, among other features. In tables summarizes the key features, strengths, and weaknesses of Trello, Jira, and Worksection. The choice of an agile project management tools depends on various factors such as project complexity, team size, industry, and organizational maturity. To further support the adoption of agile project management practices, a web-based Kanban application named Cards was developed as part of this research. Cards aims to provide a simple and accessible tool for individuals and teams to manage their projects using Kanban methodology. The application targets a wide range of users, including software development teams, small businesses, and individuals seeking to adopt agile practices for personal project management. Cards offers a set of core features and functionalities designed to support the effective implementation of Kanban principles, as this shown in table. The development of cards followed an iterative and user-centered design process involving close collaboration between the development team and potential users. Key stages of process presented on slide. To assess the usability and effectiveness of cards, a user study was conducted with 20 participants from various backgrounds. Participants were asked to complete a set of tasks using the application and provide feedback through a questionnaire and semi-structured interviews. The result of the user study indicated that cards was perceived as highly usable and effective in supporting Kanban-based project management. Participants highlighted the application's intuitive interface, easy of use, and valuable features such as VIP, limits, and analytics. Some areas for improvement were also identified, such as the need for more advanced filtering options and better onboarding for new users. The finding suggests that cards has the potential to facilitate the adoption of agile project management practices, particularly among teams and individuals new to Kanban. By providing a simple and accessible tool, cards can help organizations overcome some of the barriers to agile adoption and realize the benefits of increased transparency, collaboration, and continuous improvement in their project management efforts. The comparative analysis of agile tools, Trello, Jira, and Worksection, and methodologies, Scrum and Kanban, highlights several important lessons for practitioners. It's shown in slide. Based on the lesson learned, the following recommendation can guide practitioners in selecting and implementing agile approaches. The cards Kanban application, developed as part of this research, has the potential to contribute to the adoption and effectiveness of agile project management practices in several ways. I don't read from slide, you can see it. As more teams and organizations adopt tools like cards, the collective experience and lessons learned can contribute to the growing body of knowledge on agile project management, leading to the refinement of practices and the development of new approaches tailored to the evolving needs of project and organizations. Conclusions. This research has explored the concepts, the challenges, and solutions related to agile project management through a comprehensive literature review and analysis of agile tools and methodologies, and the development of a web-based Kanban application. The study has yielded several key findings and contributions that have implications for both researchers and practitioners in the field. The literary review has highlighted the core principle and benefits of agile project management, as well as challenges and barriers to its adoption in various industries. The comparative analysis of agile tools and methodologies has provided insights into their strengths, weakness, and suitability for different project contexts. The development and evaluation of the card Kanban application have demonstrated the potential of tailored agile tools to support and enhance agile practices in real-world settings. However, this study has some limitations that should be acknowledged. Further literature review captured only studies in the 5-year time frame from 2020 to 24. Second, the analysis of agile tools and methodologies was based on a limited set of popular approaches and may not reflect the full diversity of agile practices. Third, the evaluation of the card application was conducted with a relatively small sample of users. It's bachelor students majoring in programming and may not be generalizable to all project context. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Well, please, questions, dear colleagues.
Andrii Mozghalov, your questions?
I have some questions. 1 minute.
No, in written form.
Yes, I won't send question in the chat for protocol. Question: what about compare Scrum and Kanban methodologies? Given this in things, what unique features did you incorporate into cards to address some of the inherent challenges of traditional agile project management tools?
I'm not very understand.
What cards can be better than Scrum and Kanban?
A simple question. Why Kanban? Why not Scrum?
If we compare Kanban and Scrum, Scrum is more formalized and difficult. This have more opportunities, but it's difficult. We are concentrate in more simple application, which may use in a small group, in individual, not only in IT, ever in our home tasks, maybe educational tasks, maybe our daily tasks. Systems which 1 second. Scrum it's oriented for big teams, for more difficult processes, and not already need Scrum. I think that.
Well, simple tasks not need Scrum, not need Kanban, because it's simple. Our different, difficult things needs more agile solutions. Next question. We all work in the field of education. Have you explored the possibility of using agile methods in the organization of education or the works of university departments, for example? Yes, yes.
One comment, both the source of question and the source of answer are the head of departments, computer science departments. So I'm very interested to hear this question, this answer.
One second. We can use this methodology, agile methodology, in any our work processes. It may be prepare to accreditation and any any pain processes.
Prepare teachers' cards with
Yes.
600 house, etc. It's a really iterative process and card-based, and really card-based in this regard.
In all processes where is works many people and need to communication and develop our tasks and control in each state is these processes.
For example, such process as prepare of student thesis, master thesis. With it's not iterations, it's not sprints, it's not a scrum, but really some control points and stage with goals that need to be achieved to the present date or near future. So in the end, we have quite good student thesis which can be recommended for the defense.
Maybe.
So, Kanban works. Any other questions, dear colleagues? Today we have almost silent participants. Oh, it's happened. According to the old variant of the program, it was not the last talk, but at the moment I can see the presentation of Safiyan Ahmed Mohammed. He can't join us. However, I see the skipped talk Hanna Zemlyanukhina. Hanna, are you here? Yes, excellent. Modeling and simulation of Duffin pendulum in the moving coordinate system. It will be our excellent end of workshop.
Okay, just a second. I'm sorry. I will try to make it. Is it okay? Are you see everything? Okay, so dear colleagues, my name is Hanna Zemlyanukhina, and I would like to present you the research which is dealt with modeling and simulation of a chaotic system, which is based on the Duffin equation. So nowadays, data transmission using chaotic systems refers to the practical usage of chaos theory and chaotic signals to secure information transmission. Chaotic systems are susceptible to initial conditions and exhibit complex, unpredictable behavior over time. So these facts about chaotic systems make them useful in secure communication because chaotic signals can be difficult to predict, intercept, or reproduce without knowing the exact system parameters. Such unique chaotic system features cause several key concepts in chaotic communication. So first of all, chaotic modulation involves embedding information into chaotic signal. So the chaotic signal acts as a carrier wave, which is then modulated by the data. Only receivers' knowledgement about the chaotic system's parameters can demodulate and recover the original message. Synchronization of chaotic system requires that transmitter and receiver must use identical or synchronized chaotic system. This system must be synchronized so the receiver can extract the embedded message from the chaotic signal. Chaotic masking assumes the data signal is added to a chaotic carrier signal as at the transmitter end. The chaotic signal masks the data, making it indistinguishable from noise to a wave dropper. The receiver, knowing the chaotic system, can subtract the chaotic carrier and retrieve the original data from it. The noise-like signals concept assumes that chaotic signals appear similar to noise, making them harder to distinguish from random background noise in the communication channel. So this property provides inherent security as an wave dropper without the system parameters will find it challenging to exact meaningful data. The above shown concepts find their practical implementation in designing various chaotic modulation schemes. The main ones are chaos shift keying and chaotic phase modulation. These modulation schemes with their applications in establishing wireless communication. In this case, chaotic communication can be applied in wireless system where robustness to interfaces is critical for the system. The main drawback of known chaotic systems, which are used to implement chaotic generators and produce chaotic signals, is some subjectivism in the design of this system. So since authors do not explain the influence of terms and factors in their equations, modifying and improving them is thought. So we offer to avoid this drawback by designing novel chaotic systems using known ones. To research these goals, we solve the problem which you already can see on the slide number 2. So in the studies, we consider the second-order non-linear dynamic system, which motion equation you can see in slide 3, and we use the piecewise linear approximation to replace system nonlinearity with some linear dependency. Our approach allows us to use interval methods and replace the exactly known non-linear function with domain of this function existence. The boundaries for this domain can be defined in a linear way and allows us to rewrite initial non-linear differential equations into linear, which can be easily analyzed in the future and used in the future systems. Since most of the devices nowadays are implemented with using digital techniques, we perform transformation our equations into discrete time domain by using well-known approximation of derivative operator. So motion equations in discrete time are algebraic ones and depend on previous system states. Due to the simplicity of this equation, one can solve them using various digital devices such as MCU and FPGA, but not only with using of PCs. The main difference of above considered system from the known ones is the replacing of system exactly defined non-linear function with piecewise linear interval of its possible values. Such an approach allows to consider system motion in both interval boundaries and thus increase the number of output signal which can be used. The one more difference of our studies from the known one is considering the resulting system motion as sum of coordinate system motion and motion of the initial dynamic system. The use of such a sum can confuse device developers because of it is necessary to know both motion and at the same time by solving appropriate equations. That is why we offer to rewrite system motion in the moved coordinates in terms of these coordinates by defining other motion as function of system inputs only. We shown the use of our approach by considering well-known Duffin pendulum, which parameters standard you can see in the slide number 7. So according to our approach, we replace non-linear function with piecewise linear bounded domain, which you can see in slide 8. Here you can see approximation parameters as well. These parameters are defined by solving problems of minimization of the considered intervals for the fixed number of fracture points and lengths of operating domain. If we apply finite difference approximation for the Duffin definition equations, we obtain the pendulum discrete time equation, which you can see in slide 9. Here we show equations for both appear lower boundaries in compact and extended forms. In slide 10, you can see results of numerical solution of the above shown equations, which is obtained by writing a calculation program for Arduino board. Data from the board transmitted to PC by using serial communication port for visualization. Thus, given simulation results prove the chaotic nature of the designed piecewise linear discrete time interval model and shows the possibility of its usage in IoT device to encode and decode some information. In slide 11, equations of interval piecewise linear discrete time mode of Duffin pendulum are shown. As one can see, these equations are designed as linear combination of system output and its previous values, four of these values. In other words, one should use an array with 4 elements to perform its programming implementation. In slide 12, simulation results for Duffin pendulum in moved coordinates are shown. As one can see, they are different from the classical Duffin pendulum motion trajectory. This fact allows us to claim that our approach gives us the possibility to design some new chaotic systems. The conclusion you can see in the slide 13. The main of them is a proven possibility to design a novel cortex system which can be easily implemented in the future. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I will happy to answer to it.
Thank you very much. Please, colleagues, your questions. Well, my little question. The paper demonstrates the use.
Hanna can read, so can answer.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Okay, just a second. I need to clearly understand the question.
For today, it's 4 slides.
Yeah. I understand it. Yes. So first of all, the problem that we have while using these methods is to make the accuracy of the mathematical model. You need to take many points to make the boundaries as near to the real one, to make the mathematical to make the errors of real system and the modeling system similar to each other. So this was the main problem. And the second problem is if we will use for experimental part of using such models like the controllers, which has not enough speeds of mathematical.
Well, as edge devices had a limited
point of the yes. In short, yes, that was the second problem, the main problem. And what about the part of the question that how we can extend this model? We can use it to predict the chaotic systems such as manipulator in the manufacturing, for example, or the manipulators that make not standard parts, for example, protests for the legs, for the arm, and etc. Because each protest, it's not the standards. It's make for the each person who take a part, and very often these systems contains not only the mathematical models, it's contain the neural network equations. So the prediction of the last point of the manipulation is hard to predict and hard to simulate before the making the protest. So you need to make not even one trying of making the prototype of it before making the final version of it.
Thank you. Andrii Mozghalov, another your questions?
No, I haven't question.
I'm sorry. To any paper, we have a lot of questions. Moreover, I and Andrii Mozghalov for today prepared 4 own talks as he presented, but now I see we work almost 8 hours. So, dear colleagues, I propose that our key talks as extended review will be placed in the workshop proceedings. And now I would like to thank all of you, us, for an exciting cooperation this workshop. Despite the red alert, despite the wind in this room and other clearly Ukrainian problems. Andriy Nikolaevich, would you like to make a big dot or continuation for this workshop?
Well, I think I want to say one thing. I would like to thank all the participants for the interesting presentations, your questions, and our discussions. Thank you very much for all. And
we would like to announce the next workshop, the next December. So, see in a year.
Happy New Year!
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Merry Christmas too, and Happy Old New Year for all of us. Let's wish all peace and happiness this next and next years.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you and Happy New Year.